got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Powerless to you. Let's do. I know that you want me back. I know that you want me back. I know that you want me. 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 I know that you
Welcome back to the final week of the Snapdragon Pro Series, a $50,000 Clash of Clans event with the best 8 teams still fighting for the cup. We are ready to go!
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
That's right. Welcome back to the main stage where all the action is going to be happening for the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 Finals. All $50,000 of this event will be awarded this weekend, and the events today will crown a champion. I am so pleased to be back casting again today. My name is Woody, and let me bring in my two awesome co-casters. You're gonna love them. We've got Eve Maxi and Clash Bashing. How are you guys doing today? Maxi, I'll go to you first, sir.
I'm doing great, thank you Woody, and thanks everyone at home for tuning in and being with us today for the final weekend of the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we will crown our champions of Season 6.
Yeah, Season 6 wrapping up here. We got an awesome double elimination bracket for you guys here this weekend where we will crown our winner. But speaking of the bracket and getting here, let's take a look at how we got here with the format of this tournament.
Welcome to the Clash of Clans Finals. After battling through the intense Open Cup rounds, the best teams from around the globe are set to face off on November 16th and 17th. This isn't just any competition. It's the global stage, with top-tier clans competing for glory and a huge prize pool that will reward only the most strategic and powerful players. The finals use a double elimination bracket format, giving every team 2 shots to advance. All teams start in the upper bracket. If they lose, they drop down to the lower bracket, where it's their last chance to stay in the fight. But in the lower bracket, it's win or go home. After 2 action-packed days, only one team will stand victorious, claiming the title of Clash of Clans World Champions and their share of the prize pool. So don't miss a moment and watch us live on broadcast. With so much on the line, every attack and every defense counts.
Right, you are, announcer man. Every attack and every defense. We've seen so many of these wars come down to a single star, maybe even just a small percentage, or dare I say, is it possible that we get a time-based tiebreaker in one of these wars today? Well, they are going to be extraordinarily exciting either way, however it breaks down. Maxi, we have got our format set. Why don't you talk through that big prize pool we have?
Yes, good idea, because there's not just honor and the title on the line, but also a lot of money. We got $50,000 in total, and the first one, the winner, will go home with $20,000. But every single team that has made it here already has a safe chunk of change of $2,000. That's very, very nice to have. But let's take a look at the teams that are fighting it out for this prize pool today.
Yeah, we got some great money on the line. I can't believe $20,000 the first prize. But if we take a look at our teams and how they got here, Navi, HCM Brazil, TGG, Ascend, and Tapanai Empire all won their respected Open Cups. And then we had our leaderboard where each team that played throughout the cups was able to earn points, and that gave us NextGen Esports, HST Gaming, TTP Esports, and HTM Esports. So a couple of HTM teams in there. All 8 of these teams will be playing through our double elimination bracket. Let's actually go take a look at that bracket right now, Woody.
Thank you very much, Bash. Yeah, these 8 teams have all qualified by either winning one of our Open Cups outright or by scoring the most leaderboard points and getting to the very top. We've randomly seeded them into this upper bracket where you can see all 8 teams are in that undefeated section up at the top. The lower bracket as our announcer kindly indicated, is going to be for teams that have taken one loss. But even a team can lose once and still make it all the way to the end to win that $20,000 first place prize, Maxi.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the double elimination system compared to the single elimination that we had in our Open Cups. But now that we've taken a look at the full bracket, let's take a look at what matches we're going to be witnessing today in our schedule. You have it right on the right side of your screen. We're going to be seeing Na'Vi, a World Championship competitor versus TTP Esports first. After that, we'll go to NextGen Esports versus HTM Brazil, last year's world champions in Clash of Clans. And after that, we'll go with the semi-finals. And in the end, it's not on there, but we'll have a fifth match as well, the first lower bracket match where we'll already eliminate one team, Bash.
Yeah, so a lot on the line today as we will be sending a team home here, but the competition is definitely going to be fierce. Speaking of fierce competition, we are going to be playing in hard mode, which if we can go ahead and pull up that graphic, we'll tell you guys exactly what that means. More damage being dealt out by defenses, less damage being dealt by heroes and equipment caps. That's going to make things a lot more trickier as we go ahead and take a look at the full details. Like I said, 5% less or more damage from defenses. Heroes have 5% less HP and 5% less damage. And then common equipment capped at level 15 and epic equipment capped at level 21 instead of 27, Woody.
Right, you are, Bash. And this was by popular demand. The players at the top of the Clash of Clans esports metagame have all figured out that it's not too difficult to score 3 stars if they don't have anything stopping them. Well, we put a big obstacle in their way with hard mode, and we have seen quite a few fails. In fact, there were some 1-star defenses in our previous week, so keep an eye out and make sure that you don't slip up. Keep those spotters ready and your ears open, because any small mistake could lead to disaster. And at a time when it matters most, like right now, you do not want to miss any of these hits, Maxi.
Absolutely not. And these hard mode hits, they are very, very hard indeed, just as the name says. For example, in Legend League, the highest league within the game, it is not played in hard mode. And even if you get a lot of 3 stars there in a day, you wouldn't get this much in a hard mode Legend League. But we're already diving into the action with our first match. We got it announced here on your screen. We're going to be seeing TTP Esports versus Na'Vi. And when we're going into the matches, we should of course first talk about how the teams got here. Na'Vi was the winner of the very first Open Cup, while TTP Esports were the 3rd runner-up of the total point leaderboard. But we already got their team here on the board, Bash.
Yes, Skyrez, Warman, Javi, Doyer, and Bunch will be the 5 coming to battle for this TTP Esports squad, and they are looking to pull what I think a lot of us would consider an upset going against this World Championship squad of Na'Vi. So these guys, they were very impressive throughout their Open Cup, and I think they can really hang in there with this Na'Vi squad. And taking a look at Na'Vi, we have Klaus, Kazuma, Stars, Yada, and Gaku, some of the most well-known names throughout all of Clash of Clans. They did have an early exit from the World Championship, but they can still hang with any of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, Bash. Na'Vi representing Ukraine, this Japanese squad has had some extraordinary success in the past, most notably their World Championship run in 2022, but they have also qualified for Worlds in nearly every other opportunity that they had for it, including most recently this year. That early elimination was a surprise upset, and that's the sort of story that we love to see in the Snapdragon Pro Series as well. Opportunities for newcomer teams like TTP Esports, which doesn't have as many championship belts that they can hoist onto their shoulder, and yet that might just be the exact sort of squad that could topple a giant like Na'Vi. This war is completely open, and either team could take it home with just 5 attacks, but have the basis that they've been building and the practice over the weeks and months leading up to today been decisive. We're going to find out very shortly. Bash and I are going to be casting this next match, So Maxi, I'll toss it to you for one last question. What is your prediction? What do you think is going to happen in this first war?
All right, so this is going to be an easy one because if I go with just the stakes, I really have to put my money on Na'Vi in this case. Another reason being what you just talked about. They were kicked out of the World Champion pretty early, so I'm pretty sure that they have a couple more bases that they didn't use in the World Championship, but that they had prepared just for that event. Still ready, still in the bag, and I think that they just went on and saying, well, what's the next big tournament? Of course, next weekend we got Snapdragon Pro Series coming in. So I guess that their preparation for Worlds will still continue being a very strong factor for them today. So yeah, that's why I would go with Na'Vi. What about you, Bash? What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's the easy pick here, and I think you make very good points there. I mean, if you force me to pick a team, I would definitely pick Na'Vi here, but don't write off this TCP Esports squad. They came out and they put up some very decisive victories, but I think we all lean into Na'Vi whenever we see them play. Even when they look like they're behind in a matchup, we always think that they might be able to pull it off just because they're such a fun squad to watch. They are one of the most creative squads. They have some of the best players. You mentioned Legends League. I mean, some of the best Legends League players in the world, with Stars finishing #1 multiple times, and these guys are always on the leaderboard. So they definitely know their way around Clash of Clans, and especially the new hard mode playing there in the World Championships, Woody.
Yeah, right, you are, Bash. That's extraordinarily important to keep in mind because not all these teams have been competing in hard mode throughout the entire year or have had a major tournament to look forward to competing and practicing in hard mode. Na'Vi certainly has, as one of the top 6 teams, earning a golden ticket, having won a major Worlds qualifier, and also having won an Open Cup through the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6. The same can't be said of TTP Esports. They qualified through leaderboard points, which means that they have shown consistency, but they haven't yet been able to score a top placement. We'll see if that's going to be enough to topple a team like Na'Vi as the first attack is now underway by TTP Esports. It's Skyrez marching on the ground with 5 Root Riders, 8 Valkyries, 3 Druids, and an interesting hard commit to this right side corner, starting off with these heroes.
It is going to be a big march through the space with 5 Root Riders, 7 Valkyries, a pretty standard composition. One thing we do see variance on is always the amount of overgrowth spells. Skyrez electing to go with 2 overgrowth spells here, which can be sometimes a little bit more risky, but it looks like he's electing to get this Town Hall out early. So I think those overgrowths are actually going to be used in the middle of the base to shut down some of those hard-hitting defenses.
You got a split with his P.E.K.K.A.s coming out of the Siege Barrack on top, and that means that those Wizards are not going to be protected from the Archer Queen firing away on defense. He's running a little bit out of steam on that outside edge, but the big main army is going to power through and keep him toward that Eagle Artillery. Single target Inferno over on the right side of the base is not shut down with an overgrowth spell, and that could be a little bit tiresome for those Archer Queens. The ability forced out there. I've got to be very careful. He pops the invisibility spell to keep them safe, and we'll be able to refocus onto the main army now. He's already used his Grand Warden ability, and so most of the defensive support for this army has been committed. Still has 1 overgrowth spell left, and as you mentioned, Bash, that's one of the most important decisions in a big ground-based army like this. Do you expect to see him pop it again soon?
Yeah, it's going to go in right now. There it is right now, taking out that Ricochet Cannon and the Multi-Inferno. Also, not allowing that Poison Spell Tower to go ahead and regenerate a new spell. Queen needs to hang on here on the right. If she does, he's going to be looking good. I think he's looking fine anyways because he has the Royal Champion ability, and really, he's going to have a lot of force left when that Overgrowth does wear off. So this should be the first 3-star of the matchup for TTP Esports, and Skyrez gets it done with a double Overgrowth trouncing of this base.
He was not worried in the slightest, and even though the Queen was taking a beating, he still had plenty of Root Riders. Look at all those hogs still helping out as well. The Royal Champion looking healthy through to the very end. A super powerful ground-based assault scores 3 stars to start.
I like really what he did there with the double overgrowth. He elected to take the Town Hall out early with the heroes, using that King's Earthquake Boots and Spiky Ball to go ahead and weaken the Town Hall and take it down. And then having the double overgrowth for the back end of the base where there's a lot of heavy hitting defenses, especially that Ricochet Cannon. If you get that Ricochet Cannon locked onto a hero, it can really deplete their health in a hurry. But using that overgrowth there was very nice, and using the second one to kind of compound on that kind of worked out really well. So now it's going to be on to Navi, and Gaku will be our first attacker. I don't want to say there's a lot of pressure, but there is a little bit of pressure after the first attack is a 3-star from Skyrez. And we saw in the World Championships, Gaku had a very vital 1-star that actually cost Navi a huge matchup. So definitely looking to bounce back from that. Gaku will be looking to get a 3-star on the board here.
Right you are, and we'd expect nothing less. A squad that has no weak links and super powered attackers all around. But really the only way to confidently push through in the finals bracket right now is to score 15 stars and go perfect all throughout. We saw a couple of wars last weekend that were able to be won with just a measly 13 stars, but 14 was the typical scoreline and 15 required in really tough wars. Gaku is going to want to start off strong for his squad by delivering that first triple and keeping things evenly matched. He's bringing a massive balloon army here with just one Lava Hound out in front to protect for them, starting off with a Queen Walk in the left side and a Flame Flinger to get even more long-range shots off. That Archer Queen is tanking for the Flame Flinger, keeping that cannon fire off of it, but she's gotten awfully low. Only has to deal with a Mortar and an Expo shooting at her now, and doesn't have to pop the ability or use any spells yet. Gaku is edging this initial assault to perfection, Bash.
Yeah, the Queen's doing a great job managing all those defenses, and then that Flame Flinger will actually be able to go over and take out the multi-target Inferno. Great use of the Invis to redirect the Queen exactly where you wanted her to, into that single target Inferno to get that down. This is just a perfection from Gaku here, taking out the rocket balloons with the poison, using the poison to also slow down those ice golems so the rocket balloons are dealt with. Now the World Champion joining the Queen. This setup is looking fantastic.
Yeah, this is glorious and perfect timing on these rage spells to support the Queen. Gaku, well known for his Queen charges, able to get the Queen topped back off with the healers using the rage, and then able to take down defenses like that Inferno Tower before that energy beam can really start to do massive damage. The Queen is just perfectly positioned to tear through this entire left side of the base, and with the rest of the army ready to deploy at any moment, Gaku is still holding on to the Grand Warden to support this massive push. Here they come from the right side, now catches a few Teslas on the outer edge, and he is really happy about the spread that he's got on these balloons so far. They're taking a lot of damage, and I'm wondering why he didn't pop his ability earlier. He just lost a lot of balloons there, Bash.
Yeah, I was kind of worried about that too. He lost most of the balloons he deployed initially there. He still does have 5. There's not too much that can hit the balloons. The main thing is going to be that multi-archer tower and the monolith here, but the Queen is going to be right onto that multi-archer tower, taking it down. And then he's got a ground expo over there with the air defense on the far side. So if he can get just a few of these defenses thinned out, he's got super minions coming out of the clan castle.
Nice.
This should be nice for Gaku. A little bit of a worry there for a second, but ultimately it was all calculated and went exactly how he wanted it to.
Absolutely was. This was an overkill with the Queen still looking very healthy and 45 seconds for her to round out any difficult spots on the inside of the base. Flying troops do not have to worry about walls, and that makes cleanup very, very quick. Gaku scoring the first 3 stars for his squad. Has got a smile on his face and is happy to see things going just according to Keikaku. Keikaku means plan.
Oh, well, look at you with your knowledge. That's why we love you, Woody. You always have that stuff that I would never even know about. What I love about Gaku, though,
Anime memes.
yeah, I don't know much about that. Sorry. What I love about Gaku is victory or defeat, he is always positive, always smiling, and always excited to move forward with this team. Warman will be our next attacker, and it is going to be another key attack as we are all squared away here at 3 stars apiece. Anyone's ball game, still plenty of war. You kind of mentioned it there in the pre-show, the double perfect. We have yet to see a double perfect on broadcast. In the hard mode, it is very rare to see that double perfect. All it takes is one mistake mistake from any team. And I think that's what we're going to be looking for throughout most of these matches. Which team is going to make that first slip up and leave the door open for their opponents?
Big question, Bash, but the answers can only be provided by the players in the arena. And what a wonderful, powerful name we have coming up next. Warman. His very essence is War, Bash. He is a player who hit 3 stars in the last round, and we would expect to see him do the same again this time in this very important match against Na'Vi. What sort of attack has he brought? It's on the ground again. More Root Riders and Valkyries, sensing a weakness on the ground, and with another double overgrowth. It seems that TTP Esports really have a specific attack strategy in mind for this weekend, Bash.
And if you remember when we were playing more in the faster speed meta, as we called it, the double overgrowth Root Rider attack was considered more of the safer approach with this strategy. Now, I think Warman is going to be taking the riskier approach here, as I say that, with the double overgrowth and maybe overgrowthing near the Town Hall with the multi-arch tower. This can be very risky because a lot of that force can get depleted. And oh my goodness, that was a barrage of air bombs taking out all the healers that pop for the Queen. She still has 1 healer there, but that's definitely going to take out some of the support as the Roots are now joining the party.
Yeah, the left lane assault from that Queen charge was definitely baited, and Stars knew exactly how to try to shut down that Queen. I don't know if it's going to be enough, frankly, because even with the healers gone, that Archer Queen's going to be behind the Root Riders and the Druids for the most part. After she takes down this multi-archer tower, it looks like she's still going to be kind of safe on the bottom side with a Rage spell to commit to the main army. This is going to be a massive sweeping assault from the top side all the way back down to the Town Hall. Still holding on to that second overgrowth spell and ready to shut off the Town Hall and the Monolith as soon as danger rears its ugly head. There we go with another setup, this time going to leave that Grand Warden statue vulnerable. Those Root Riders have had to go all the way to the far outside edge of the base, but they are soon going to make their way back in, Bash.
This is what I was talking about with the risk. I think Warman is fine here. He's got plenty of force. He still gets the Royal Champion. Also, a little bit of spell support, but ultimately leaving that Town Hall for the end is so risky. It is literally going to be one of the last 2 defenses along with that Monolith. Freeze does come in. Here comes an... Oh, no! He made the Town Hall invis, Woody. The Royal Champion pops her ability. She's going to path around here. She's going to go in for the Town Hall. Let's see if she can get it down. She does. Oh, maybe. Yeah, there she goes.
Oh, she'll get it, but she's going to take a lot of damage from the Giga Bomb. Can she finish off this Monolith before it gets a target on her? The Root Riders are making their way in. There's nothing left to block. It's going to get a shot off, but the invisibility from the Spirit Fox keeps her safe. With only 2% left, the last little bit of cleanup is easy pickings, and Warman has done it after all. A 3-star, 100%.
Look at his face, calm, cool, collect. He's like, what were you guys worried about? That was the part of the plan the whole time. I don't think making the Town Hall invisible was necessarily part of the plan, but it does end up working out for him as that Royal Champion with the haste vial is able to speed on through there and get the Monolith, get everything down. Maybe it was part of the plan to get the Monolith. I don't see it, but ultimately it's a 3-star, Woody. That's all that matters here. Now Na'Vi and Yada have to respond with a 3-star of their own.
Well, he certainly did recognize that Monolith was still a major threat to his forces. I think maybe he might have been able to invis his Archer Queen a little bit earlier on to try to get her to path in toward the inside and maybe get some work done on that Monolith ahead of time. I'm seeing some people in chat thinking that maybe he invised the Town Hall on purpose, knowing that he had enough overkill and wanting to get his troops just a little bit closer to block that Monolith from being able to shoot at the Royal Champion. If the RC had gone down, that would have been a devastating loss. Might have meant a 1-star hit if the remaining troops on the outside couldn't finish off the Town Hall. And so heads up plays and quick, careful calls do still pull a 3-star out of the hat. It is going to be an even race so far as we switch back to Na'Vi, who are going to be attacking with Yada next, Bash.
Yeah, it's always risky with that approach, and let's see what Yada's coming in. Yada Bowler coming in with the Super Bowler Smash. Kind of his signature attack, and this This attack can really do some damage in a base here. I'm trying to look at why he may have gone with the Super Bowlers over, say, Super Witches and Electro Titans, and nothing really stands out at me. That core is kind of compact in there, so if he can get the bowlers in there bouncing around with that extra bounce, it can deal out a lot of damage. But you'd like to say like Super Witches and the Electro Titans might have been able to do the same, staying away from the Poison Tower, but ultimately he chooses the Super Bowlers, and let's see how it works out for him.
Huge assault from this Grand Warden up top, and with healers and a Frosty just to give him a little bit more safety from these defenses firing away. Yada has committed a lot of time to this top corner trying to take this Eagle artillery down so that it does not deal the splash damage onto the Super Bowlers after their deploy. They can get a lot of splash damage on their own, but they require a lot of precision in their placement, needing to get that big boulder over walls and crashing into as many buildings as possible. Yada is spending a lot of time on the setup here, and that's a little bit atypical for a Super Bowler smash, which can go quickly depending upon the wall shape here, but this base just seems like it's going to be tough to crack into. He's going from the right side corner and will now make his way into the first line of defenses, Bash.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about the time. He took a little bit over 1:10 there for that Warden Walk, which is a little bit longer than you'd like to see, but those bowlers with that extra bounce can deal out some nice damage. Not to mention that Flame Flinger is still working up top. He does have everything working through the middle. He has the jump in, rage, all the bowlers are going, but the Ice Golems do freeze everything up. Beautiful freeze of his own. Now the King with the Spiky Ball Earthquake should be able to weaken everything up there. Nice Town Hall falls, and everything's looking good so far.
Great timing on that Grand Warden's Eternal Tome. Very careful to protect that ability until he needed it most when that Town Hall Gigabomb was going to go off. I was a little bit worried that some of the Super Bowlers were pathing toward the outside, but they just had to deal with one of the archers from the Clan Castle in order to be able to get back to the interior. The last invisibility spell is dropped, and as those Super Bowlers will now engage the enemy RC, they're going to take a few shots from her. Loses one of the Super Bowlers, and there's still just one left on the top side helping that Grand Warden out. Grand Warden gets distracted. He wants to go help out the Yetis instead, and now that it means that the X-Bow, supercharged and locked on, is going to deal a lot of damage. Doesn't quite take him out thanks to that last freeze spell dropped. That'll allow those defenses to retarget and keep the Grand Warden safe a tiny bit longer. But in the end, the Archer Queen overkill and the Royal Champion still standing is just a perfect edging job from Yada. 10 seconds left in this attack, but the 3 stars is secured, Bash.
Yeah, the time was a little bit closer than maybe he would have liked. And that's one thing we haven't talked about yet, Woody, is time. If you remember all throughout our qualifiers for the World Championships, it was a time race. The whole Season 6 here of the Snapdragon Pro Series has been played in hard mode, so we haven't really had any time matches, we'll say. But if it does come down to a perfect war or somehow a tied war on stars and percent, then time is that third tiebreaker. And with that being a little bit of a slower attack for Na'Vi, they now find themselves even further behind on the time. Javi will be the next attacker for Team TP, and if he can put up a decent time and a 3-star, he keeps his team in the lead.
Right, you are, Bash. But a lot of times toward the end of the war, we see attacks that were a little bit less confident start to come out. Attacks that have the possibility of slipping and tripping down into the 2-star range. We'll see if Javi can keep it together with a very difficult, compact base setup by Kazuma. Lots of interior compartments to deal with. And so in order to respond to that, he's going to have to bring in a jump spell. He's got a couple of earthquakes. The big bomb getting dropped on the bottom. Giant fireball and earthquakes will shatter that compartment. And he got some good value out of taking out that bottom side, but there's still a lot of base left. Crucially, a massive monolith right in the core. The juicy center of this base is going to be tough to tear down. And with so many big, heavy troops like Electro Titans and Heroes that he's relying on, he's going to have to be very careful to shut that down with the 3 freeze spells that he's brought, Bash.
Yeah, it's been very interesting. Only 2 Electro Titans on this. Kind of more of the approach we saw from Synchronic on their World Championship run. They were only bringing 2 and 3 Electro Titans and just kind of leaning on the support to keep those Electro Titans up and powering through the base. We do see a couple super minions get pulled out of the clan castle, along with now 3 rocket balloons, which can definitely shut down some defenses. Let's see what they target in here. So far, it's looking good, but he's got to get that clan castle under control, and he does just now.
Freezes the interior, shutting down a single Inferno and the Monolith at the same time as those troops are making their way to this inside. Monolith is eliminated with the Earthquake boots from the King. Those big compartments are all cracked wide open like an egg. Javi is taking a big bite out of this base, and Kazuma has got to be worried on defense because there's not a whole lot left to keep him out of the left corner. The final last line of defense with still 2 hero abilities to drop. Javi's holding on to that last freeze spell as well and is looking cleared for landing. This seems like a crushing 3-star to me, Bash.
The yoke is running down, and this one's definitely going to be a 3-star with the Royal Champion coming in with ability, Queen and ability. This is going to be a nice 3-star, a great selection of attack. There goes the Royal Champion's ability. The Hogs, the Rocket Spear are going to go ahead and pound through these last few defenses, and TTP Esports with another 3-star. But not only that, Woody, another quick 3-star. They will find themselves even further in the lead on time.
I love to see this choice by Na'Vi of setting up all of the air bombs in one little compartment. You know, taking out a healer here or there, you know, dropping a couple of balloons can be bad for an attack, but having all of those air bombs in one little spot can absolutely devastate a queen charge, can take out so many big flying troops all in a very surprising moment. If you don't have the Grand Warden's Eternal Tome to protect them, they are going to be going down. Now in that last attack, it didn't quite matter so much because the bombs triggered at the very end of the attack when all the defenses had already been destroyed. But if the initial assault on that base had come from the left corner, that could have caused a big problem for TTP. As it stands, we now still have a perfect race across the board with 3 stars aplenty. Kazuma, the next to attack, Bash.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting you mentioned all those air bombs because it's almost like they're trying to bait like that Warden walk into the fireball right over on that side, like just trying to give enough value that, hey, you maybe send your Warden over here. There's a lot of value, but Javi doesn't fall for the bait and elects to go all the way across the base, and it works out perfectly. That King with the Earthquake boots was just done to perfection. It opened up every compartment on that base. There was only 2 Electro Titans in there, but it was enough to power through, get through that town hall, along with those few Druids. Remember, the Druids took that massive nerf, but they still deal out tons and tons of healing. It was just the perfect selection. Now Kazuma needs a 3-star to keep Na'Vi alive here. It's still anyone's ball game as we haven't had any mistakes from either team, but all it takes is just that one miss, whether it be TTP or Na'Vi, and the other team can look to pounce in front.
Right you are. Na'Vi still looking fine, are going to try to stay in this upper bracket. They want to claim another World Championship title. Their opportunity still stands before them with the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 World Championship up for grabs, but they got to stay perfect and they got to start worrying a little bit about time. With 3 triples already from their opponents, this time deficit that Na'Vi is working against is going to start weighing on their minds. Huge balloon assault in this next strike, Bash, with 14 regular loons and 22 rocket loons. Expect to see a massive giant fireball coming in from this Grand Warden, as triple Earthquake will help to shut down a core component of this base. But the Archer Queen's ability forced on the bottom suggests that he's not going to have much to commit left to her, just an invisibility spell to stay up a little bit longer. Where's this Grand Warden going to come in at, Bash?
I think he's going to try to get the clan castle out in the middle. He's just using the queen to set up here. I think the queen going to ability was kind of early there. He doesn't have any healers in the initial army comp, so I think he wanted to get those healers out along with those other queens cloned up there. And really, the queen looks like she's just in charge of setting this up. And here it comes, the fireball to awaken the town hall. He's going to go for the town hall, Woody. Boom! It lands in there, but he doesn't get the town hall down. Another earthquake comes in, does finish off that clan castle, but the battle builders are actually healing up the scatter shots, so missing those scatter shots could be devastating for Kazuma. Oh no, this could definitely be a little bit of a risk here as those scatter shots are starting to get a lot more healthy.
Well, that is an understatement of the year, Bash. This was a massive risk, and it seems like it did not pay off. Not able to take out the two most important defenses on the base, and still seeing the Town Hall standing up. He's got to put a lot of hope into this battle blimp, making its way toward the center, but it pops early to take out that top compartment. Royal Champion charges through and is happy to find that the scatter shots have not been fully repaired yet, but one is locked onto her. Her spear takes down the Town Hall, and it's going to lock onto that enemy scatter shot. The Barb King is not close enough to counter, and that should be a kill. The Spirit Fox doing everything she can, and there it goes. The scatter shot down is great news for Kazuma, who can breathe a sigh of relief now. These exterior buildings are much less frightening to tear apart with balloons high in the sky. No more defenses left, Bash, and that's a swag freeze or two onto the King. Zuma smiling happy at the camera as there's nothing left from this base to defend. A triple for Navi.
It almost looked like a sigh of relief there as maybe things didn't go to plan. Maybe it was part of the plan. Maybe it was all calculated, but I definitely think Kazuma wanted to get those scatters down. Maybe he could have had that other earthquake in just a little bit earlier, but ultimately the Royal Champion comes in and finishes off those scatters barely with that Spirit Fox assisting. But at the end of the day, there was a ton of balloons and rocket balloons up there, so I think Kazuma would have been fine, and we are still all squared away. That's what Navi needed, a nice quick decisive blow right there with that huge fireball. I'm not gonna lie, I was worried about that one when I saw the Queen going down early. I saw the King like setting things up. I was like, man, what is the plan here? And really the plan was just to get all the air defenses out, or air attacking defenses out, and let the rockets finish it off. It works out really nicely. Bunch will be our next attacker for TTP. We're all squared away here, Woody.
Yeah, you're right about that, Bash. It is a monumental commitment to put 5 invisibility spells down on your opponent's defenses just to guarantee the lock of your own Grand Warden. But in this case, even without taking out every structure in the interior, they were weakened enough that the quick follow-up with that Royal Champion did tear that base down. Bunch from TTP Esports finds the time getting closed a little bit. That gap is just a bit more narrow after that last strike from Navi, and he recognizes that not only a triple, but another one in quick timing is what is expected of him now. Grand Warden of his own out on the right side is going to take a few shots from this air defense. Electro Owl going down early is not great news for Bunch, but as long as the entry for this Grand Warden is still clean, it looks like not much to worry about with the healers topping it back off. That will be an early shot at the enemy Eagle Artillery, taking down a crucial long-range defense early on and setting up for this Electro Titan smash to follow up, Bash.
And he's got the siege barracks down there at the bottom side. You see those 2 P.E.K.K.A.s out along with all of those wizards, and he's just doing a great job being patient and setting this one up. First wall breaker goes in, opens up the ricochet cannon. I don't think that the P.E.K.K.A. is going to be able to get that, but with the Expo going down, the Warden's now going to get pulled aside here with the Queen. He'll join her to walk in towards that ricochet cannon, and the setup here is looking really nicely done. He does have a long ways to go on this base, but I like what he did here with this initial Warden walk.
Ice Golem does get flung off by a spring trap, and he's got to watch this Queen now. The single target Inferno is locked onto her. She does get a few shots off, but the Queen goes almost all the way down. She's sitting in a poison and needs those healers to top her back off. The Black Bomb takes one of them down. Thank goodness that the King is out in front now to soak a few more shots, but with Scattershot locked on, that could be some splash damage on her backside. Take a look now at the Grand Warden's Eternal Tome protecting the core of this assault right into the middle, hoping that the Electro Titan can take out the scatter shot. He just does. Then there's another big core of this base to take out now. Monolith and 2 Inferno Towers, Bash. That is going to be a lot of damage to deal with. And the Earthquake boots Spiky Ball. Boy, what a hit, Bash.
He does a great job opening up the base, but he still has a long way to go here. He is not out of the woods as the Town Hall is not down, and essentially all he really has left here are the heroes. He does have a couple of spells here, a freeze and a couple of invises still in his pocket, but ultimately some of these heroes need to go over and get this Town Hall down. They're dealing with every building but the Town Hall. Queen's starting to make her way over there, but she's taking a lot of damage. Here we go. Queen will finally get over and lock onto the Town Hall and get it down. Royal Champion to ability. She's getting low in health. I don't know if he's got enough gas left in this tank, Woody.
Oh, he gets the 1 and the 2 star, but the Royal Champion on the top side is getting distracted by Skellies, and there's still a lot of base left on the bottom side. I think you're right, Bash. This is starting to look ever more like our first defense of the day. Bunch is just left without any more offense in a lurch. With 5 seconds left, we do now see our first defense. A 2-star 85% from TTP Esports is going to be a big drop in their hopes of advancing.
I didn't see, I think the Titans walked on him, and I think that was part of the problem. At least one of the Titans walked on him. I think the Titans were meant to go up the middle and have the support of that healing and also deal out much more offense. But with that, at least one of the 2 Titans, he only brought 2 Titans going to the outside. You lose a lot of the power there in the middle of the base. They went down. And I think that was ultimately what cost it. I think it was still been a tough long shot on the base, but having those Titans in there with that electrical aura that they have definitely would have provided a lot more support to those heroes and maybe enough to help get through there for the 3-star. Ultimately, it is an 85% 2-star, and now Stars and Navi can look to pounce on this one and go right into the lead and take this war from underneath TTP.
Yeah, that last attack just had a little bit too much tanking and not enough spanking. The defense is holding on for so long, firing away. And when you got single target Infernos, Monoliths, burning up your heroes and Electro Titans, there's just kind of no excuse for that. You need either more spell support or more damage to be able to chew through those big targets quickly. In this case, Navi's defenses were superb, and that was an excellent base to emulate for future attacks. For future base designers, rather. Next up, we've got Stars, who wants to keep this attack above 2-star 85% and preferably get a triple to make the last attack from his team even easier. Starting off with the Grand Warden walk on the left side. That Grand Warden is getting awfully low, but healers are still keeping him up, Bash.
Yeah, he's hanging on for dear life, ultimately getting through that cannon, and Archer Tower alleviates enough of that pressure that he's able to get back up to full health. Here comes that fireball in onto the single target Inferno and that Expo, along with dealing damage to that Royal Champion. She's able to be finished off, and this is set up really, really nicely. But you did bring up a great point there. Navi now have a lot of wiggle room. They can afford to miss, and as long as it's anything above an 85%, they will still be in the lead. So out of these 2 attacks, they really just have to 3-star once and have just really kind of an average pro attack, where we usually see the percentage in the 90%. So if they can do just that, they will get the victory. Now, as for TTP, assuming this does not go their way, this is not an elimination matchup. They will just move down to our lower bracket. So they are not going to be out of our tournament, just to clarify that.
Early catch with that tornado trap will prevent Stars from getting spun around on the inside of the space. And you're right that these super witches are expected to go the distance, as it were, in this attack. I do not think that he's worried much about percentage, just instead about keeping them on the right target. Unfortunate that it looked like he lost one of his super witches a little bit early on here, Bash. Is that going to be a problem for him since he's just barely on the outside? I mean, they're going so slow to start off.
I think this is a big problem, because not only did he lose a witch, he lost the warden. I think he lost a couple of witches there. He lost the warden. The king goes to ability here. He's gonna have to jump to get the queen in. I don't think this is going the way the Stars had hoped it would go. Now we have ice golems coming out of the clan castle. This one is under a little bit of pressure, and there's only one super witch in there. The king now going to Phoenix. This is going to be tough. This could actually miss here, and it could miss very big. We have to keep an eye on this one, as he's running out of gas.
There's just no solid entry point for the Town Hall except for the Royal Champion. He's put all of his hopes behind her. She's going to target onto the Mortar first, the Battle Builder next, the Scatter Shot after that, and then get a shot at the Town Hall. Pops the ability to get those hogs out in front, and will be tossing a long-range Rocket Spear. Got to get the lock in. There she goes. Half damage left on the Town Hall. She's only got half health. Whoa! Barely gets the Town Hall down. Now, can we pass that 85% mark? That is what Stars needs. 85% damage done by his opponent. If he can't tie that up, Stars will fall behind.
84?
Navi reaches 84, but
the witch isn't going to get there.
85.
It's going to be 84.
Can't make it.
Oh.
TTP have defended against one of the best attackers in the game. A 2-star 84% put them back in the lead by a single building bash.
That is a huge shocker. The big thing here was the witches went down. The healers did not transfer over to provide support to the witches, and ultimately it cost him. One thing he did there was he kind of YOLO'd in 3 Valkyries to take out that Archer Tower so the Royal Champion would go in for the Town Hall. If he saves just one of those Valkyries, the auto hut was up there at the top. It was free for the picking, and that could have tied this one all up. But now Doyer could come in and put this war away. Any 3-star wins the war for TTP Esports, and it's an old school Queen Charge hybrid for TTP.
A fraction of a percent separates TTP and Navi, but as you said, TTP's future is now in their hands. A 3-star here and now guarantees victory. Will Doyer be able to deliver with an impressive hybrid setup that we don't see very often anymore in town?
That Queen.
What's that Queen doing, Bash?
She went to ability. That Ricochet cannon was too much as wall breakers weren't complying with his demands. They finally get in there, but he had to use every single wall breaker. Now the monolith is on the Queen. She already went to ability. He's got to use some more support here. Uses the invis to keep that Queen alive. The big thing with the Queen Charge hybrid attack is keeping your Queen alive as long as possible. Now the Hogs and Miners are in. He's going to have to use that Warden ability. Giant bombs are out. Rocket balloons are in. Super minions. It's all on the line for Doyer.
And he has committed so much offense to this attack already, holding on to us.
Who's the Warden, man?
And 3 for the bottom. He still does have the Warden, but I don't know. That's a lot of damage about to get dished out in the top side of the base. There's no more spells left. He's just really throwing everything at this base. Can he keep those Hogs and Miners alive through this top core with a scatter shot firing away at him?
I thought those Hogs and Miners were roasted in there, but he does save that Warden ability till the very end to get to the Town Hall, but he's not out of the woods yet. The Royal Champion goes down. He's got some Hogs and Miners. The Queen is under fire, but look at that pack of Miners up there, Woody. Yeah, the single's there. He's got a bomb tower. There's no more spell support. Remember that bomb tower's gonna drop a bomb in there. I don't know that this one has enough. It's close.
I think he does.
It's close.
I think he might have this one, Bash. He's got to get through a wall over on the right side to get this Queen back into the action, but the Grand Warden still looks very healthy. Only point defenses along the outer edges, and although there's no tanks now for those Wizards, he's going to be able to get that last cannon down. That's more cleanup for him. As soon as this Queen can crack through the last compartment, she should be able to access the rest of these defenses and take it down. The Grand Warden and healers are still safe, and it looks like Doyer is on his way to a triple.
Hold on, Woody. He's still got 30 seconds. I don't want to jinx it too early here. He's got the Queen. He's got the Warden. He should have the firepower here as the Warden takes a pot shot there at the gold storage. 4 more buildings after that gold storage. Wizards are in there tanking. It doesn't matter about tanking. Queen's got enough health. He's got 15 seconds.
Yes!
He's got 13 seconds. The Queen is moving. TTP Esports will get the victory over Navi with an unconventional hybrid 3-star.
A beautiful smackdown of a former world champion. This is a match to remember. The Dark Horse candidates from the point scoring leaderboard have defeated an Open Cup winner that was at the World Championships. The Snapdragon Pro Series has given another newcomer team the opportunity to tear down a Titan, and that opportunity was not missed by a single percentage. They have locked away their win, Bash.
That is insane. What an attack here from Doyer. That one had me on the edge of my seats. I was in doubt there for a long time. You had faith the whole time, but ultimately the Queen and Warden are able to power through and get the 3-star. Now Klaus can go attack, but it's not going to matter much as TTP already have it locked away. Speaking of T's, TGG Ascend on the other war here, our offline match. They are looking to take a defeat against HTM Esports. That one is at 14-11, but I'm pretty sure that HTM Esports has the percentage. So even if TGT Ascend get that final 3-star, I'm pretty sure it's a similar situation to the war we're looking at now, where HCM will get that victory. So wrapping up here our first couple matchups, we have a little bit of an upset, and HCM I think would be the favorite in that matchup. I guess that one could be a coin flip, but it looks like they will look to move forward. Klaus going to come in with a Lalo to finish this one off. A Zap Lalo is really fun to watch, an old school meta attack, and when this is done right, it is so good to watch.
You can see the equipment brought here includes a spiky ball, 2 books that the Grand Warden has pulled out of the library to keep these troops healthy and happy as long as possible. Heroes going in on the top side now. We'll get an easy funnel along the clockwise edge of this base, tearing that Eagle artillery apart before it even gets a chance to activate. And you're right, Bash, this is a beautiful, fun, old school style attack to get set up. Log launcher now ready to roll as it's going to tear through so many compartments in the inside of this base and get those heroes very close to the center. Ought to be able to get the CC pull out as well. And with that log launcher rolling through the monolith, it's just the spiky ball that's going to be able to finish off the monolith now. That right side has just taken an absolute beating, and with the hero abilities popping now, Klaus's entry is looking superb.
It's so crazy to watch what pro players can do to a base. The way they're able to manipulate the base with just a log launcher and heroes is absolutely insane and such a thing of beauty. These heroes just absolutely dominated the whole top side of the base, along with that log launcher getting through the monolith. And now all he's really got to do is send the Lalo through the town hall, and this one should all but be done so, as Klaus is looking to get some momentum going into their next matchup. They can't win this one, but they do want to go out with their heads held high and move into their lower bracket matchup with a little bit of momentum on their side.
Interesting to see super miners popping out of the clan castle. They're trying to give a little bit of problems for the ground-based portion of this assault, but Loon's flying high, and with a lava hound that may not even pop, Klaus is absolutely dominating this base with a certainty of a 3-star, and just have to be a little bit disappointed that it wasn't the same case with the rest of the attacks. We're getting a close-up of his thumb there as he's showing us the goods, giving us every bit of confidence that this was a walk-off performance from Na'Vi. To remember, Klaus knows that in the lower bracket now, Na'Vi will have to contend with some very difficult matches ahead of them, but still their chances at a world championship title this year are alive. The lower bracket is not elimination, but what elation it is for TTP to be moving ahead on the upper end.
Yeah, and this has kind of been the story of Navi's run here. It's always just like one little mistake ends up costing them a war. They pretty much had this one put away. All Stars had to do was get 86%. I mean, yeah, I'm just sitting here yapping about it. Easier said than done, but as a pro player, 86% as the goal should definitely be achievable, but always one little thing goes sideways. The the super witches, excuse me, of Stars were not able to be healed up, and they go down too early. The Warden goes down too early, ultimately costing him maybe those 2 buildings they needed for the victory. But you're right, Woody, it is not elimination. TTP will move forward in our upper bracket, but Na'Vi will now have to go down and fight their way through a lower bracket run, which we've seen that happen before, but ultimately in the grand final, they will, if they do make that run, have to win twice, which that can be a lot tougher than it's just said. I mean, lower bracket runs are definitely not fun, but if they can pull it off, it would definitely be exciting to see.
Yeah, and we have seen qualifiers make their way all the way through lower brackets before in our World Championship qualifications, and so this is not an impossible run. That's why we have a double elimination bracket in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Our last opportunity to score some big money of the year is not going to go away just that easily. Take a look at the stats now over on the right side of your screen, where you can see 3 stars almost across the board, except for in that 4th line of attack, where 2 stars and only a single building decided the match in TTP's favor. Just a single building bash.
Look at
Boggles the mind. My mind is boggled.
But look at the time also. Even if he would have got that one building, it was 234 to 235. So that was as close of a war as we could have. As we take a look at our updated bracket here, as I mentioned, HTM Esports does get the victory against TGG Ascend, so they will move on to play TTP Esports, and then TGG Ascend will go down to move to face Navi and our lower bracket matchup. That will actually be our last matchup today. We will see our first team eliminated in our 5th matchup here on the broadcast today.
Well, what a privilege to get to cast Navi once again at the very end of the day. That's going to give us a lot of excitement to look for as our matches proceed. Up next, we've got another stellar match ahead, and I know that you're all going to want to stick with us through it. We've got NextGen Esports versus HTM Brazil. Be back in just a few short minutes because the Snapdragon Pro Series will continue.
I get the Lambo car, house in the hills with the stars. Told you I'd raise the bar, told you that I'd go far. Oh, what we could have been if you weren't arrogant. Oh, baby, what we could have been. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. 'Cause now I like the fun things. 20K gold rings. Don't need a make us on my own. I'm dripping icy diamond everything. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Oh. Rabbit jet up in the sky, baby, that's just how I fly. Yeah, I told you one day I'd be living this way. You could have had it all, but you went and dropped the ball. Oh yeah, you could have had it all. Yeah, 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 yeah. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. 'Cause now I like the fun things. 20K gold rings. Don't need to make us on my own. I'm dripping icy diamond everything. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love and it's all good.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Well, howdy, Chiefs, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Our Season 6 Finals is here, and Maxi is geared up. He can feel the heat in the arena, and he is prepared to cast this next match. NextGen Esports and HTM Brazil are here for our viewing pleasure, Maxi.
That's exactly right. I am readied up for the next match. I mean, this first one was such an upset already. Very, very tight until the very end. Decided by just 1%. That is incredible, but that is as close as the teams are here in the final weekend of the Snapdragon Pro Series. And the next one we've got ahead is NextGen Esports versus HTM Brazil, Woody. You could also say that it's kind of a David versus Goliath match, just like the one we had before. HTM Brazil, a well-known team, well decorated. I mean, they were the world champions last year. And NextGen, they're kind of a newcomer this season, but they've made it to the final twice. So we have to wait and see if the David versus Goliath story from our first quarterfinal repeats here.
Yeah, it was a surprise to see HTM Brazil eliminated at the Clash of Clans World Championship Last Chance Qualifier. Tribe Gaming took a 15-15 win over them and won on the time-based tiebreaker.
Yeah.
And that means that HTM Brazil's last hope for a World Championship title is also going to be here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. NextGen, a relatively unknown squad, as you mentioned, but there have been dark horse teams that have beat the best in the past. Will they do it again? NextGen Esports are primed and ready with a killer roster that includes Ajay, Pikachu. Sorry, my overlay is covering up the rest of the names there, but we've also got Akshay, Batham Boy, AK Anshul, and One Winey doing their best to represent NextGen Esports. They will be fighting off against HTM Brazil now.
Yeah, and they are a squad of well-known players. We've got Celinio, the team captain. We got Bernal, Leo, Pato, and Achilles, who joined the team this year. And Achilles has been a very good catch for them. In fact, he was always being the first attacker for them, so the starting attacker, with just a couple of minutes to prepare his attacks, and he had such a high hit rate. He was such a pillar of strength and of confidence for them, but unfortunately, as you said, it wasn't enough for the World Championship. So at least getting the title here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, as this is also kind of a World Championship now that the Snapdragon Pro Series has gone global, would definitely be very nice for them, and you know, give them back a little bit of hope and a little bit of confidence after the year didn't go much to according to their expectations.
Right, and on the other side, we've got another superstar team. This is a primarily Indian lineup. The squad competing for NextGen Esports, a European team, has brought in some of the best that they could find from the subcontinent, including our next attacker, Ajay 333. He's looking to hit a jackpot in this first strike with a 3-star start for NextGen Esports, trying to stay strong ahead of what they know is going to be an overwhelming offense from Brazil. A squad that's well known for being able to put impressive queen charges down, crack through any walls that you can set up against them. So Ajay starting off now with 20 rocket loons suggests that yes, he does have that giant fireball from the Grand Warden, setting it up over on the right side. He's brought 3 invisibilities to shut off defenses and try to get that giant fireball in close toward the core.
Yeah, so far the setup looks really nice. He found 2 Teslas there with the Super Loon on the right side, so he should probably use one rocket loon, lose one rocket loon on the left side as well to check if there are Teslas around the giant cannon over there as well. Oftentimes only the right side of a base is trapped, but in this case it could be both. And there we see one of those Teslas. There will be another one. There it goes. He also found some Seeking Air Mines, and I'm sure there are also going to be some Skellies. But for now, Woody, we have to concentrate on the Warden Walk and see when he will use the fireball and what buildings he wants to damage with it.
Yeah, that angry jelly on the Grand Warden was helpful to take out a lot of those defenses early on, but it has now worn off, and he has to rely on that Grand Warden targeting the closest defenses that he can. He spent an entire minute on this setup now, and he does get a lot of value from the Flame Flinger out in the left side corner, but he has got to get this positioning perfect. Already he's got CC troops coming out, drops the poison to take care of them. They're going to be trying to fire away at that Grand Warden, but he still looks very healthy with those healers to keep him topped off. Locks onto the multi-target Inferno Tower and is still doing more setup for this giant fireball. Where is it going to land? The remainder of the CC troops come out, and oh no, he's got to deal with some mighty headhunters. Invises his own Grand Warden, and I'm not sure that giant fireball went where he wanted.
I think it was okay. It was quite good.
Okay.
And probably what he wanted. I mean, I wasn't really sure, but it seems like not the usual kind of value you want to get. But as you said before, the time is a huge problem. We're 2 minutes into the attack and he hasn't even finished half of the base yet. So he's got to be really quick. But these rocket loons and the Royal Champion with probably her rocket spear ability can be really quick. I am using this exact same strategy in Legend League, so I know a little bit how it works. But still, with so many storages there at the bottom side and not that many cleanup troops, he only's got a couple minions and a couple of archers. This is definitely going to be very close time-wise. I would already call this a fail, to be honest.
Yeah, he's got 2 freezes, a rage, and an invis to still drop it. He just has to... His fingers need to fly across this screen in the last 30 seconds that he's got. Didn't quite finish off the enemy RC with that headhunter that he dropped of his own. Pops the abilities as quickly as he can with the remaining troops that are still on the table. He needs to get at least a 2-star or NextGen are going to be extremely far behind. Can he make his way into the town hall, Maxi?
It's not looking good. He found the tornado trip with the Royal Champion, but honestly, this was not a great plan in my opinion. Actually, I don't even know what the plan was. He definitely waited too long. Maybe it was too little time for them. Maybe the bases from HTM Brazil are just too strong and they hadn't really figured out a plan, so he just went with like a default army. But you could really tell that during the attack he was thinking hard about what to do next in all of these steps. But yeah, didn't work out, and now a 1-star, definitely not the way you want to start a quarterfinal, especially not against this Brazilian squad.
Yeah, his team may be next gen, but HTM Brazil's defenses are next level. And with that impressive defense, with Teslas popping up, headhunters getting out of the CC, I think that it forced out an extra invisibility spell to protect the Grand Warden, and that prevented the giant fireball from being able to lock onto the town hall in the core. It kind of hit a little bit southeast of the town hall, got some decent value on the defenses that were there, but the town hall still standing tells the entire story of the fail from that last hit. Let's switch back to Pato now, as HTM Brazil are now far away ahead in this war with potentially a 2-star gain if they can triple on this first strike.
Yes, and Patolino coming in with the classic Root Rider's Valkyrie strike through the center of the base. We can see like 3 lanes going through this base, one on the outside and one through the inside with the Monolith and Eagle Artillery compartment leading into the town hall. But Woody, notice how he's brought only 1 overgrowth spell, and this is exactly the type of strategy that we were so worried about to 1-star, especially in the World Championship as well. So I hope that he has thought this through.
I think he has, and this is just like almost the exact opposite of what we saw from the previous attack, which was so heavily oriented on setup and getting the perfect entry point. Pato has instead just gone for overwhelming force, recognizing the vulnerability of this base to just a massive assault from the top side. Tesla's popping up on the bottom are not going to be any problem at all for the remaining cleanup troops, and this just didn't even require an overgrowth spell. Pato's going to get to swag on an entire overgrowth. Maxi, can you believe it?
Yeah, and a rage spell, which he should have used for time, but this is still an 85-second 3-star, and the fact that the king was able to take out the town hall before triggering the invisibility tower right behind it was crucial in this attack. But I mean, even if he hadn't, we could see that with the troops alive and the spells he swagged in the end, that he probably would have 3-starred anyway. So no worry about a 1-star there. Patolino showing us how it's done, showing us how strong HTM Brazil are, and now NextGen are in a very, very bad position.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he might have lost a couple seconds from not dropping the rage spell, but what is the psychological effect that it has on your opponents to see so much swag still left in the bag? Padolino has obliterated this base without any question. It was not even close. And the offense from HTM Brazil looks just unstoppable. I mean, it's only one attack so far, Maxi, but that was just way above and beyond what was necessary for that base. And it gives me a lot of indication that HTM Brazil might be the team to beat in this entire bracket right now.
Yeah, it was definitely a nice showing from them. Yeah, not only showing their opponents, but showing all the other teams in the competition that they are there, that they are prepared, and that they want to win this. Of course they do, as we just pointed out after not qualifying for the World Championship. And I mean, one of their supposedly toughest opponents, Na'Vi, was already thrown back down to the lower bracket. So they might think, wow, now that we don't even have Na'Vi in here, we really have to win every single match and give it our all. But so far it's working out perfectly. I mean, it's so hard to start with the 1-star. So the only thing that Pikachu and all his other teammates in NextGen can do now is just calm down, concentrate on only their attack, hope for a very slim chance of their opponents failing twice or like 2-starring twice, but still they should deliver their best game and hopefully some more 3-stars.
Yeah, a tough task to ask. But let's see if the Dragon Riders in this Flybird army by Pikachu are going to be enough to give us the win. Interesting use of the Lava Loon equipment here for the Grand Warden. Don't often see that, but I can see a case to be made with an aerial assault force like the one that Pikachu has brought. Dragons on the bottom side of the base get a Grand Warden immediately, and this is, again, going to be a different story than the first attack that we saw. Instead, going hard and fast against this base. He's charging in quickly with a log launcher on the right side to support those heroes. He's already done a lot of damage to the bottom right side of these defenses, Maxi.
Yeah, just as you said, he's going in hot and heavy. There he pops the Lava Loon puppet from the Warden. A very interesting combination. The two Lava Loons and the Warden Fireball onto the Town Hall, but he didn't take it out. And Woody, this attack is apparently also not going according to plan. And maybe he just wanted to take out the core of the base, okay, but he still has got so much in the back end of the base that he has to take care of. Now these wall breakers on the right side, they were totally swagged, unfortunately, because the King ability, the King Earthquake Boots, opened the walls anyways. I mean, he got a little bit lucky, and they even made it far into the base. But I mean, what am I saying, Woody? This is still looking like a 3-star with the Queen ability still intact. So it seems like the Dragons did have enough value to take out this base.
An incredible follow-up from Pikachu. He's given us a thumbs up and showing some love for Jaga there. You can see that with the triple, he is going to be quite pleased with how these Dragons have performed. And with heroes smashing through the rest of the base along the outer edge, it didn't even matter if he had to waste a little bit of army camp space on those super wall breakers. He has done everything he needed, and the cleanup is superb. Fantastic job to Pikachu and NextGen Esports find their first 3-star to put up on the board. A total of 4 leaves them still at a mighty deficit to HTM Brazil, but we see signs of life from this NextGen team and an indication that they are going to go as long as they can, as hard as they can, and as fast as they can against this tough opponent.
Yeah, and there in the replay we could see the slight mistake that he made, and that might cost him an even safer 3-star, even clearer victory in this match, because he popped the Warden ability a little too early after dropping the invisibility spells. He actually wanted the Fireball to hit the Town Hall and damage all the buildings around the Town Hall, but you know, the invisibility spells, they take like half a second or so to activate after you deploy them, and he popped the ability, yeah, just a tad bit early, so the invis wasn't activated yet, and he actually dropped the Fireball in a defense next to the Town Hall, and that's why it looked a little bit shaky in the core of the base. Apart from that, amazing plan, and I mean, the attack plan was strong enough to finish the base, even though the Fireball missed its target. So that just shows the quality of Pikachu's attacking style here. A very nice plan and a very nice use, first time in the competitive scene, I think, of the Lava Loon puppet.
Yeah, beautiful follow-up and fun to see new equipment's being brought to bear. It seems like the ideal use case for that Lava Loon puppet is with an aerial army, if you can snag another air defense over on the left side. But those little pups just get evaporated to a multi-target Inferno, and there's not a whole lot of hit points on that Lava Loon as opposed to a Lava Hound itself. And so can't rely too much on it, just a little bit more oomph in one corner. But sometimes that's all you need to get the triple. And in that case, we did still see some great strength from NextGen Esports. Next up is going to be Achilles, and you were hyping him up before this match even began, Maxi. It seems like he's your favorite player, and we can expect a lot of strong offense coming in next from him. What are you expecting in this next attack?
I'm expecting Root Riders once again. That's what mostly was his choice. And yeah, there we go. Root Riders with Valkyries. So it seems to be the attack style that HTM Brazil stick to. They already used it in the last chance qualifier against Tribe Gaming, where we said it. They just lost barely by a couple of seconds, but they were very strong with this attack strategy, even in hard mode and even after the nerfs of the Root Riders. So that's what they keep going with. That's what Patolino already 3-starred with, so let's see if Achilles can do the same on this diamond style base.
Couple of unusual pet picks here. We've got Frosty on the Archer Queen, which doesn't always see action, and then also Diggy with the Grand Warden, who used to get paired with the Royal Champion more often before Spirit Fox got deployed. Those choices from Achilles are going to help to shut down defenses even harder on the inside of the base and keep these Root Riders going apace. He drops that Overgrowth on the top side to shut down the Town Hall, and although it might seem like a risky play for some, it seems like Achilles has got exactly what he wants so far from this left and bottom side corner. All these defenses are just getting absolutely torn apart, and with the Root Riders still, most of them above half health, I think he's going to be very well positioned for a triple, Maxi.
Yeah, he's gonna be a little bit worried about this left side compartment at 9 o'clock, but I think he will have enough juice with the Royal Champion ability just popped a couple seconds ago. She's still throwing rocket spears, so he'll definitely overpower this. Look at this, Woody. 4 heroes still alive with just 4 buildings on the map. So once again, a great showing, and Achilles living up to the expectation and to the hype that I was giving him.
I call that a full house if all those heroes are still standing, happy, and ready to march on home. Not a single one of them knocked out, even though the king got down pretty close. That was another overwhelming victory for HTM Brazil, showing just about the same level of extraordinary offense as their previous hit. We are coming away with 6 stars total now for the HTM Brazil team against the 4 by NextGen Esports, and the possibility of a turnaround gets that much slimmer for NextGen, recognizing that their defenses just cannot hold off this Brazilian juggernaut squad.
Yeah, I mean, they keep on doing what they do best. 3-starring bases left and right. However, Pikachu just showed us that NextGen are also capable of 3-starring those bases, even though they come from one of the best teams in the world. I'm very excited to see what Akshay is going to do. From my memory, NextGen were actually famous for their Warden walks, and sometimes even Warden and Queen walks at the same time. We've seen this from other teams as well, like from TGG Ascent, for example, that we're going to be seeing more of later on in the lower bracket, where they have to face Na'Vi. But especially Whiny, their German player who usually attacks last, has always done some nice and long Warden walks. However, in their first attack from AJ, it didn't really work out for them, so they might switch things up. Maybe that's why they went with the aerial assault from Pikachu. We have to wait and see what Akshay chooses in his next attack, and I mean, I would be open to new attack strategies, right? So we'd like to see some Lalo, maybe some Dragon Riders. What would you like to see, Woody?
Well, I do like seeing the Queen charge, and especially if you compare it with a Warden walk, it's an extraordinary offensive tool, and one that's gained a lot of popularity in the past couple of years, I think, because the metagame has shifted from a more aerial-focused metagame. I'm sure you remember, Maxi, when you were competing as a pro player, and in the years immediately after that, it was like Lava Loon or bust. It was one of the most popular strategies by far. We even saw a switch to include dragons, dragon riders, electro dragons, and so this year bringing Root Riders to bear has given a lot more oomph to the ground-based armies that make it like have a built-in plan B. If your Archer Queen goes down, the healers just swap off to help out the rest of the ground-based troops. Not going to be the story this time around, because even though we do have 5 healers in this army for a ground-based walk on the left side with this Warden, we are still going to be keeping to the skies with 14 rocket balloons, and Akshay is playing exactly according to the script that you have set up for him, Maxi, with another massive fireball getting set up for. But let's hope he doesn't take as much time as we saw in the first strike from NextGen Esports, a J333 giving us too little time to finish off the base. I don't want that to happen again here now to Akshay, so he's got to be heads up and playing fast against this defense now coming out. Mostly archers from the CC so far, Maxi.
Yeah, that's not a big problem. It just holds off the Warden, or keeps the Warden from targeting defenses while the Angry Jelly is still active. So that's not ideal. I think he's probably going to go for this Builder Hut just with the Fireball. So maybe just make the Multi-Inferno and the Scattershot invisible and then use the Fireball. But I'm not really sure now. He's raging. I mean, at least the Flame Flinger's doing the right thing on the right side, following up to this Multi-Inferno rather than running into or driving into the range of the Monolith. But the most important thing about these attacks for me is just keep the Warden alive.
Forced out an ability, and that is going to be an awkward placement for that giant fireball right next to where the Warden was already at. Gotta assume that he had intended to fire that into the core of the base, Maxi, and so with 2 invisibility spells now that he's holding on to, he can use those for different purposes to try to protect his troops, but without that core placement, he's just gonna have to rely on the Warden to snipe the interior instead. He does take down the Eagle Artillery and will get some more free shots against the Clan Castle with no defenses firing away at his troops. But what is left to take out the inside of this base? The Town Hall still standing. It's going to almost require a Royal Champion charge. She's going on the bottom side because Akshay knows nothing less than 3 stars will be sufficient. Can the Grand Warden really take out the Town Hall all on his own?
Yeah, he should, but he probably has to invest a spell because the defenses are raged up, but now he should be alright. The biggest risk is that the Warden goes away from the Town Hall following some rocket loons or some heroes. Now he needs to deploy all of his cleanup on the bottom side, especially the 3 minions and the Wizard. There they go, finally, because he only has 20 seconds, and this is going to come down to time after all.
And invisibility and a super wall breaker, the last remaining offensive tools in his arsenal, but no point in using them at this point. It's just going to come down to the wire with 5 seconds left. Can he collapse onto the last elixir storage? Yes! A 2-second hit, and by the skin of his teeth, Akshay pulls off the triple. A very dicey performance, but it was a 3-star nonetheless. And even with a slow start from the Grand Warden, he did eventually find enough speed in the end, thanks to those rocket loons, to finish off for the 3 stars, Maxi.
Wow, that was really, really close. I mean, these types of attack strategies often come down to the wire. I know because I used almost this exact army. I took a look at his troops, and it's like almost the exact same that I'm using in Legend League. I actually only did it before the World Championship to understand these attacks, because I had never done that when I was a pro player. There wasn't really Warden walks going on, especially not with fireballs, because we didn't have fireballs. We didn't even have equipment at the time. It was ancient times when I was still competing. But now that we have all this and I'm talking about it, I really wanted to understand, so I just tried it in Legend League, and it's so unforgiving. If you make the slightest mistake, as we just saw, the Warden Fireball just goes off into somewhere where you just don't have the expected value, and then it gets really, really hard to 3-star, especially because you have to do so many things simultaneously. But Akshay got a little lucky in the end. He got the job done with the 3-star, but now all eyes on Leo, who's attacking next for HDM Brazil.
Well, one man's ancient days is another man's good old days. Let's see if our former world champion from 2023, Leo the Lion, will roar into this competition. Having taken the win in our second cup, he's looking for another stream toward the top with this big balloon army setting up for 2 lava hounds up front to block for them. It's a log launcher in the bottom corner to crack open compartments for a golem blocking out in front of this Archer Queen. and a big shot from the Barbarian King making his way downtown. He finds a monolith getting repaired up by battle builders, but even those are not going to be enough to deny this log launcher rolling through. Triple Ice Golem are going to slow down the troops coming out of this siege machine, but this is still a mighty impressive start for a Laloon strike, Maxi.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's coming into those two compartments really nicely. The right compartment still looks a little bit fierce, but he's got one cloned queen and a Yeti is still working on the scatter shot, but at the same time he's already starting the Lalo in the town hall, but the Lalo seems to be thinning out pretty early, and he found the tornado trap behind the town. Oh, but will the balloons? Okay, a couple of them go to the town hall. Is it enough to take it down? Yes, but barely. But there's also not much left standing in this base, Woody.
Wow, no defenses left, and this base is just absolutely crushed. The last air defense goes down, and Leo's got a minute and 15 for cleanup with more balloons than I can count. Minions and headhunters, Yetis, and Archer Queen. Oh my! That was a beautiful follow through, and the triple again for HTM Brazil delivers the tic-tac-toe start of all 9 stars. And NextGen Esports just have to hope that they can get both of their next hits to triple and both of their next defenses to score a star off of HTM Brazil. That is the only path to victory for NextGen Esports at this point, Maxi.
Yeah, and that is a very tough path to go down. Yeah, a little bit of hope is still left, but so far HTM Brazil are not showing any weakness whatsoever. In the background, we have our 4th quarterfinal going on between Tompenai Empire and HST, and to keep you guys updated about what is going on there, we've got 3 attacks each over there as well, and Tompenai Empire is in the lead with 9 stars, going perfect, against 8 stars from HST Gaming. So they had 1 fail, but in this one, just 1 simple mistake, 1 2-star from Tompenai can still turn things around, so it's also extremely close. But what we've seen here is, if there is a fail, if something's going awfully wrong, it can even result in a 1-star. This risk is always there. The players always know about it, especially with these overgrowth spell root rider attacks. So there's definitely still a chance also for NextGen Esports to come back here, and if not for here, then they can come back later from the lower bracket, because this is double elimination after all.
Right you are. We'll see how Batham Boy can perform in this next strike, if the 3-star is going to keep NextGen Esports' hopes alive in the upper bracket, or if they'll be relegated down to the lower bracket and have to defend from that point. Batham Boy starting off for a big ground-based Electro Titan assault is going to waste no time on this giant fireball, firing it off right into the core and finding some big juicy targets, seeing a big it looks like Inferno Tower went down alongside some other important core defenses there. There is no question that he got the exact right positioning on that deploy. It's only a question of whether or not the value was good enough there. Maxi, take it away.
Yeah, sorry, the Warden was just getting so low because this one Tesla popped just after he deployed the Electro Titans, and the Tesla was targeting the Warden, and he got so low because the Unicorn was not able to heal against it, but luckily the Warden went out of its range in time. Now what's interesting is that Batham Boy has brought 9 Druids. That is even after the Druids got nerfed so much, because they were pretty overpowered, pretty strong, so that even I could triple with them, just throwing them onto some super witches. But now this is even harder. We can see that kind of surgically Batham Boy is adding a couple of druids every 20 or 30 seconds so that they can provide the tanking, while the ones he deployed earlier can provide the healing, or not, the other way around, healing and tanking from the bears. But anyways, the core is already destroyed, Woody, and he's doing so nice with the super barbarians and the troops from the siege barracks clearing the outside, so that he only has a couple of buildings back end, and with the royal champion and queen ability still intact, this looks like an overwhelming 3-star for NextGen Esports.
Yeah, you're right, Maxie. There's not very many troops out there that you can send so many at one base and still get great value out of them. I did not expect that Druids would be one of them with 9 of them. That's almost the sort of attack that you would just expect to see them spread out all across the base, and you cross your fingers, hope, and pray. But Bath and Boy did find a nice surgical entry point for them, and with the jump spell over on the right side, found an easy counterclockwise reverse sweep of this base for all 3 stars. NextGen Esports now sitting high with 10 stars total, 1 ahead of where Brazil are at, but HTM Brazil with 2 attacks left can still close it out with a perfect war of their own. NextGen have done very well except for that 1 miss to start things off, and it is just such an unfortunate storyline for them now to be attacking almost perfectly across the board, but that 1 crucial miss, including the Town Hall miss, just leaves them so far behind that it seems like a big player like Bernal is not going to be the weak link in this HTM Brazil lineup. Expect to see another triple out of him next.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He is just so experienced. He's even been in the very first World Championship in 2019, where I had the honor to play against him and win. He's just so versatile, especially his queen charges. They're legendary. They're historic. Documents are the videos of his queen charges, sometimes charging through the whole base when there was a totally different meta, where it was hard to keep your queen alive for even getting 20% of the base. So he has a really, really high skill level, but he has to put that into the attack as well. And I could only hope that he does like some kind of double charge between Warden and charge on one side and queen charge on the other side. But maybe he goes with something straightforward like his clanmates. You never know with this guy.
Well, Maxie, you did very well to defeat him, and you also had the good sense to retire before things turned against you and join the caster crew. What a great opportunity to win every war when you can watch and enjoy from behind the microphone and in appreciating just the brilliance that is still brought to bear at the top level of Clash of Clans esports. Bernal, the next to strike, is going to bring a freezing arrow on that queen. Catching a lot more damage also on the equipments brought with the Royal Champion there. And so overall, expect to see some excellent work with his queen charge. 3 super wall breakers are going to mean that Bernal will once again laugh at the walls that are going to attempt to deny access to these troops. He cuts through these walls like a hot knife through butter and shows a little concern for a massive base with big spread out compartments on the interior to protect those Inferno towers. A single target Inferno at the very heart of this base, while a monolith at the top side will try to protect that Town Hall. But sniping that Eagle artillery early is good news for Bernal's Lalo to follow up next.
Yeah, and this is exactly the type of attack we like to see from the likes of Bernal with a Queen Charge Lalo, one of the highest skill gap attacks, and also bringing the Lock Launcher here, taking out the multi-Inferno hopefully soon, and then the single Inferno as well, and also luring out the CC troops. So you can already see some headhunters running to the queen. I think he's seen it as well. That's why he rages her up, and now the timing is perfect. She can still get in there, and he can wall break the queen into the Royal Champion compartment after his own Royal Champion has taken out the multi-Inferno, and then he just needs to Lalo the Town Hall. But there is a huge Tesla farm around that Town Hall, and I would think that there's also the Tornado Trap. However, the value he's getting is incredible.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's going all according to plan. The multi-target Inferno went down right before the log launcher thanks to the Barbarian King's assault. The Ice Golems are not going to cause any problem for this Royal Champion, who takes them down without taking any defensive shots at the same time. Bernal has the perfect pop on that Grand Warden's ability, protecting all the balloons and pups. He even gets another invisibility spell to protect the Royal Champion on the inside of the space, and it has just been absolutely crushed. He's got a swag queen ability that he can drop at any moment, and he has just clearly recognized that this base was not going to be able to defend at all. What a superb showing from HTM Brazil as Bernal finds another triple with hardly any worries at all about time. I mean, keep an eye on the time. A minute 39 average attack time from HTM Brazil is so rapid fast that not only are they scoring triples, it's like HTM Brazil aren't even playing hard mode. They're so good at this game.
Yeah, it really seems like it, and this attack was a little bit slower, but this is almost always the case with the Queen Charge Lalos, because it just takes a while to let the Queen charge, take out some buildings, so you can create a nice pathing for the rest of the troops. But this was so surgical the way that he did this. King on the left side, the Queen from the 6 o'clock side going to the right, while the Lock Launcher was taking out one of the multis, the Royal Champion the other. Just everything was perfect about this attack, especially the planning and execution. But yeah, now the chances, there is almost no more chance, I should say, for NextGen, but it's still going to be nice to see one whiny attack in the last attack from them. And usually I think every time we've seen a Warden Walk Fireball from him, so that's what I'm looking forward to now.
Well, you're right. There are very few opportunities for a team to turn around a 2-star deficit with only one attack left now. That means that HTM Brazil just need to get a 2-star in their final strike, and that would be enough to wipe the board. Even a high percentage 1-star could be enough to get victory. Let's see how Whiny does, though. It will be a pleasure to watch this final setup from NextGen Esports as their upper bracket performance seems to be coming to an end, crashing against the might of HTM Brazil and just suffering in a difficult run against them so far. Flameflinger up the left side to get that left corner weakened up a little bit, while the Grand Warden walking along the top side with healer support should get a good entry point. Angry Jelly helping him to target on specifically onto the defenses, and with an invisibility out now, he'll also be able to ensure that the point is perfect for that fireball drop.
Ooh, that was close, but he reacted perfectly with the invisibility spell on the Warden and a Headhunter to make sure he can take out the enemy Queen. Now he might have to take care of the mortar on the left side as well, but Woody, notice that he still has 4 healers in his army composition, so that is exactly the double hero walk that we like to see. One Warden walk and a Queen walk that's going to be following at some point during this attack as well.
Even got a little bit of bonus value with that Flameflinger on the left side, firing away at a Tesla and getting splash damage onto the border. He finished it off with a Rocket Loon and now has an easy entry point on the...
Oh!
Loses his Warden, but we do see a pivot from those healers. Can he take out that air defense in time to keep the healers safe to at least help out this Barbarian King?
Yeah, he did. So that was good, but it was very unfortunate that he lost the Warden there. That's why I just had to scream right into your commentating. It was so unlucky there. I think he did perfect with the spells, especially the poison spell on the troops, but there were mass headhunters in there. So it seems like HTM Brazil were expecting something like that, and now the time is running low, so Wani has to start get going, and that's why he's already starting the Queen walk at the bottom side, so now he should really care about taking out the Town Hall.
Double walk, still holding on to 2 super wall breakers, so he can crack through these compartments pretty well if he just gets those dropped soon enough. Archer Queen very healthy and holding on to an ability. He drops his skeleton spell to try to distract this monolith, and it looks like it's doing its job so far. 2 cracks of the super wall break into that compartment will give access to the Archer Queen, and she's ready to pop her ability anytime that she needs it. Monolith is locked on though, and it's getting a lot of damage in there. Diggy will be able to shut down the Town Hall. Great news for Whiny's last support troops who are trying to collapse and finish off the rest of this base. 24 seconds left. He's not looking super confident, but a smile on his face does suggest that things are at least over now, and he doesn't have anything left to worry about. Win or lose, Whiny has done his best, and scoring a 2-star in this last attack will at least give him something to be happy about. He did not 1-star on this last strike, but missing that Warden's DPS allows the Eagle Artillery and a scatter shot to still stand tall. Achilles' base defends with a 2-star 94%.
Yeah, there we see once again the great reaction with the invisibility spell, and there we see the very unfortunate loss of the Warden. The reason, as we could just see, being the Eagle artillery shots shooting at the Warden. So he was just a couple of seconds late with his King dropping down, because usually when you put the King onto the board, the King will soak up the Eagle artillery shots and they will not go onto the Warden. So that was a little bit unfortunately, still as you pointed out, a great save, not another 1-star. So definitely yeah, keeping the damages low. Maybe with a 2-star on the board from AJ in their very first attack, things would have looked different. Maybe then the pressure would have been a little higher onto the Brazilian players. You never know, but NextGen definitely can concentrate on their lower bracket match now, which is going to be against the loser of our 4th quarterfinal. But now the ring is free for Selinho once more with another Warden walked Rocket Loons.
A single star will clinch the victory, and as soon as he gets all these troops deployed, it will be all but guaranteed to make at least 50% of this base destroyed. But can he get the perfect war for HTM Brazil by finding another triple? Angry Jelly attached to the Grand Warden will get easy shots against those defenses, and it's another strong strike to take out the Eagle artillery early. I just don't remember the last time I saw an Eagle artillery even firing away at troops. They've been eliminated so early on. Crucial defenses, but they cannot find any protection against the superb offense from HTM Brazil. Selinho is going to still keep the shots going, but the Angry Jelly is worn off, and the Grand Warden is going to try to go help the Yeti instead of finishing off the Eagle. Wizard has made his way to the Eagle artillery, though, and that should be enough to finish it off.
Nice, yeah, that K. Oh,
does he know the
came in
skellies are
clutch,
going
I
to
was about to
disrupt?
say, but because of the invis now, this nothing is going according to plan here. Now the Warden really has to finish off this, yeah, the single Inferno Tower. There we go. Now also the Eagle is taken care of, and I think now Selinho can get a little bit of a breather.
Okay, he can pop that ability anytime he wants. The Giant Fireball goes in, locked onto the scatter shot, not the Town Hall. That means that far side scatter shot does not take any damage, but the Town Hall does go down just in time. Frees that enemy Archer Queen, and the Grand Warden's walk is still looking clean, even though he's going to take a lot of shots from that enemy Headhunter. He will survive, Maxi.
Yeah, oh, it's almost always heartbreaking to watch Headhunters against the Warden. The Warden shoots so slowly that sometimes it takes like so long that the Headhunter can get off 6-7 shots until the Warden can get off 1. But going back to this attack, Selinho is sent in the Royal Champion as support, and look at this, 9 more rocket balloons which he sprinkles in at the bottom of the screen now, and you are right there. This base is absolutely crushed. Not a chance to withstand the force of Selinho, and HTM Brazil finish with a perfect war in style, and I think their average should be under 2 minutes, so they're not just just effective, but also extremely efficient in their attacks.
Well, echoing the slap heard round the world just once before in this week, we have got another big smackdown performance by HTM Brazil this time around with a perfect war and holding off NextGen to a meager 12 stars. This is one of the very rare 3-star gaps that scored a victory for HTM Brazil, and we see them advancing in the upper bracket over NextGen Esports, who will have to fight again tomorrow in the lower bracket. Defeated and bruised, but not all the way out. They will stand to fight one more time, as HTM Brazil now will advance to the upper bracket semifinals.
Yes, they will. So the first step towards the title is done from them. In our 4th quarterfinals, we still got Tompenai Empire fighting off against HST Gaming, and the last attack from Tompenai Empire is underway, but everything is still open. They HST are 2 stars ahead at the moment, so if Tompenai Empire are able to get the 3-star or a high percent 2-star, they can claim the victory, and then they would be the opponents of HTM Brazil in the semifinals tomorrow.
Well, let's see our bracket one more time as NextGen Esports kicked down to the lower end alongside TGG Ascend and Navi. We will get to see one of those lower bracket matches between TGG Ascend and Navi later today, so a team will be eliminated on our first day of competition. But HTM Esports, TTP Esports on the top side alongside HTM Brazil will find one more opponent from HST and Tompanai, while the lower bracket will also get populated with one more depending upon the result of that last quarterfinal match. I'm going to be stepping away from the caster desk as Maxi and Bash will get to cast this next event. Let's keep an eye out as the Snapdragon Pro Series continues in a few short moments.
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do. Say that we're done. Let's do. Say that let's do. Say that we're done. Let's do. I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Powerless to you. I know that you want me back. Know that you want me. Know that you want me.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everybody at home. Thank you for sticking with us through this short break, and welcome back, Clash Bashing. How are you, mate? How was your break?
Oh, it was a good little break, but an exciting war. Look, Maxi, I'm going to say it right now. If I'm any of these other teams in this matchup, I don't want to face HTM Brazil. They look dominant there.
Yeah, very much. They were so strong in their attacking and in their defense as well, holding back NextGen, who were in the finals of 2 Open Cups to just 12 stars, which means HTM Brazil are now in the upper bracket in the semifinals, and NextGen in the lower brackets, where they are actually going to be facing HST Gaming, who unfortunately lost against Tompanai. So Tompanai versus HTM Brazil is going to be our second semifinal. But now all eyes on semifinal number 1, Bash.
HTM Esports against TTP Esports. Easy for me to say. TTP got a little bit of a lucky break against Navi, winning by 1%. And HTM Esports, we've seen them do some really positive things. They were in our offline matchup, but taking a look at their roster here, we got Mohamed Morari, Schneider, Zahid, Paul, and Amtratino looking to come in and get a victory on the board.
Yeah, they definitely look very confident there in those mug shots. I don't know if you call it like that, like player photos. But we got TTP Esports on the other side. We got Skyrus, Warman, Javi, Doya, and Bunch. And they, as you said, were able to take down Navi, one of the strongest teams in the Clash of Clans esports scene. It was just by 1%, but you know, it's a huge thing and a very hard thing to overcome a great team like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the closest matchup we've had throughout this entire season. It was 1%, 1 second. It was a very, very close matchup, especially in the hard mode. You don't just see that too much. You just made me laugh there. I was thinking about it. You said the mug shots and makes me think of the Lawman and you there. The player profile shots there, they are all looking tough, all looking good. I'm looking forward to this matchup. I think these two teams, based on what we saw, are pretty evenly matched. I think this one could go either way. If you force me to pick one here, I don't know, Maxi. If I forced you to pick one of these teams, who would you go with?
HTM Esports.
Oh, no hesitation. Oh, okay.
Hey, you forced me.
Okay.
No, but I just feel like they were more consistent with the 3 stars, and in general I think I've just seen more from them. I wonder if they were in 1 or I think in 2 open cups. TTP was just in 1, but in the last one where they were able to get to the final, and that's why they are here now through the leaderboard. But yeah, I would say HTM Esports, they also have some very well-known names, like I'm Trotino, an Italian player who's been around the professional scene for a long time. But we're already live with the first attack, and Bash once more, just like HTM Brazil, HTM Esports is sending in the Root Riders.
We've seen these roots. We saw like the roots fall off for just a little bit after we saw the nerf to the Druids and the Valkyries and the Super Barbs, but it seems like the players are more comfortable with them again, and they are a very consistent attack strategy. The biggest thing is always that overgrowth, keeping all the firepower alive until that overgrowth wears off. We see it come in there and take out the model, take out the town hall, and then after 28 seconds or so, we will see those buildings come back. But the main thing right now is keeping all those troops up and saving that last rage and freeze so you can get that town hall takedown.
And we can see I'm Trotino down there at the bottom right of your screen, all concentrated, all dressed up for this most important 3-star of his career, question mark. It could mean that they will get to the final if they win this match. And once again, it is $20,000 on the line, and this attack is looking so strong, Bash, and so fast as well. Just 80 seconds on the clock, and I am Trotino has just 2 more buildings to get through and finishes in 85 seconds. What an overwhelming start for HTM Esports.
A very convincing and decisive 3-star attack strategy there from I'm Trotino. That's exactly how you want to start this war off. We saw TTP Esports go a little bit faster than Navi, but ultimately their final time was about 2 minutes and 24 seconds for their whole team. So with this being only 85 seconds, that is very quick and will kind of force the hand of TTP to be aware of that time. We haven't seen that double perfect war happen yet this season here in the hard mode, but you always have to be thinking of it just in case. Doyer actually attacked in that 5 spot last matchup with the Queen Charge Hybrid, now going first here in this matchup. A little bit of a change up there, but I'm gonna say it, Doyer's attack had me a little worried with the Queen Charge Hybrid. Let's see what he brings to the table with this one though.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if he brings Queen Charge Hybrid, I really hope that, that it goes a little bit smoother than last time. It was very much improvised. It seemed a little bit hectic because the Queen went the wrong direction and he lost his ability early on, and he kind of sent just all the hybrid from the bottom side, and it kind of worked out. So you cannot really blame him, but you know, it would just be easier for our nerves and probably for his teammates' nerves if he could go with a more classic approach that could very well also result in a 3-star in the end.
I think the big thing there was like he was very patient on that warden ability. Like I was yelling at him to hit the warden, but ultimately like the spell support he provided for those troops, he didn't really need to hit that warden until the very end there to get that town hall takedown. So it seems like Doyer is really well versed in that attack strategy, but we know that these players are well versed in a lot of attack strategies and are going to throw the best attack at the best base that they see. The toughest spot, we always talk about it, Maxi, is that first attack. The very first player only has 7 minutes, and then Doyer only has 10 minutes to come up with his plan. So we'll have to see what he brings to the table as we are waiting for those final preparations to be made, and he should be going in any moment now.
Yes, he will. And what I was just thinking about is that maybe TTP Esports bring the base that Stars failed on in their first match again in this match. So we have to keep our eyes peeled for that. But there we go. Once more, we got the Queen Charge Hybrid indeed, Bash. And we can look forward to a probably a little more controlled Queen Charge, I should hope.
I should hope as well. I do like the Queen going in right for the Eagle artillery here. A nice little setup. Anytime you're able to get that Eagle down, and Woody said it, we don't really see the Eagles firing too much because it is an early target for a lot of these players, whether it be with a Warden Fireball or a Queen Charge like this. The hero's going right at it. The Eagle is something you definitely need to be aware of. Queen gets raged up here. We said a little more controlled, but she's under some fire, has to use the freeze spell, does a great job managing her, but with 4-point defenses on her, it definitely has to get some of those defenses taken care of here.
Yeah, these ground expos, they just do incredible damage. And now the Queen even runs into the, right into between those to take out the Dark Elixir storage. Will she go around? At least she goes around and doesn't get stuck on the wall. That would have been a huge problem, especially as Doya has already taken over a minute with this Queen Charge just to take out 20% of the base.
Yeah, a lot of times though, the hybrid can move pretty quick through here. The main thing here is going to be this triple ice golem. If these miners and hogs kind of get caught up in the triple ice golem, it can stall things up a little bit, but everything is in and on the board for the most part here. He's got tons of spell support. The king is over there on the right side, providing that funneling, providing that pathing, so these troops will path in and go towards the town hall here eventually. He's really good at being patient on this Warden's Eternal Tome to protect everything through this town hall. But keep an eye on the Queen. She's looking fine over there on the left side. She's going to provide a lot of that support. King's over there. Here comes the big moment, Maxi. Town Hall takedown with the Warden ability in hand.
Yeah, there we go. Now he will pop the Warden this very second. There we go. And I think he always also has the healing vial on the Warden so that he can provide some healing for a couple seconds after taking out the Town Hall. And this is incredible. He's got so many hybrid troops still alive. King on the outside with the Phoenix will still do some more damage. The Queen nicely worked into that little funnel, and we can see him showing a heart on the screen already because he knows this base is crushed. And this is also the first 3-star, the exact right answer from TTP on the board, even though it's a lot slower than the one from HTM Esports. But we shouldn't worry about time too early in the war, Bash, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. It was about a minute slower there, but ultimately we have 8 more attacks. So before that even gets considered, we have to have 8 more flawless 3-stars to even get to that time point. Although in that last matchup against Navi, we almost saw the 14-14 tied on percentage. So yeah, it can play out in more ways than just a double perfect war as well.
That's true, yeah. It really rarely happens, but you can never rule it out. That's why I always say you should be as fast as possible. If you got a rage spell or if you got some troops, you might as well just use them to get off these couple of seconds from the clock, because it's just every 50th or so war where it comes to be decisive. But you should definitely always make the most of an attack in such important matches. At least that's what I always told my teammates, and I think that was the spirit in our team team in general. But I'm pretty sure it's the same with most of these players. The next being Mohamed Marawi for HDM Esports. I think he's hopped a couple of teams, but I've definitely seen his name up in the Snapdragon Pro Series for a couple of seasons now. What do you think, Bash? He's a very known player, right? You've seen him before as well?
Yeah, he came to the HCM squad, I think, in Season 5 when it was more NA-based players, but he has been with this team for a couple of seasons now and is a very valuable asset to this team as we see him getting started here with the jelly onto the Warden, the Angry Jelly allowing that Warden to target defenses for the first about 30 seconds or so. I think it was 25, we looked it up last week, but it's going to allow him to target those defenses. Great use of the rocket balloon to take down that Tesla farm, and then that should set up this fireball to get everything pathing beautifully for the rocket balloons.
Yeah, so far it's looking good. I'm wondering where he will eventually deploy that fireball to. Probably the builder hut or the monolith next to the clan castle. The builder hut would be the perfect target actually. Or okay, that's even better because he got the spell as well. The spell. Oh, he did get the spell tower, but he didn't get the scatter shot, unfortunately.
Yeah, the battle builder was right there on top of it, and all it takes is just a couple of hits from that hammer to heal it up, and that's exactly what we saw. Although it could not be a factor, that is something to keep in mind when he does make that push into the core. Still has all of his heroes, still has the siege machine, plenty of time here as he's at 1:45 remaining, and we'll see the king and queen now join the party from the top side of the base. They're going to be in charge of surging into the middle of this base and getting that town hall taken care of.
Yeah, it's looking really nice. It's always crucial to keep up the Warden alive. At the moment he's not facing any damage at the bottom side, but he takes out so many buildings, building by building. And look at this rocket balloon on the right side, finding the red mine farm, probably against a Warden walk or a Queen walk starting on this right side. But the Queen taking out the town hall nicely and easily, and now he's just got a couple of back-end defenses to worry about where he can send in the Royal Champion, even raging her up because he knows this is most likely going to go all the distance. And by the way, Bash, I just looked it up like you did last week. It's 35 seconds the duration of the Angry Jelly.
Ah, okay. Yeah, we looked up something. It was something with 25 seconds. But anyways, it is going to be a 3-star for Mohamed Morari here, getting through. I like what he did there with the heroes, the king and queen, going way away from the Warden. Sometimes the players will play that king and queen a little bit too close to the Warden, and we've seen that kind of bite people in the butt where it'll pull the Warden with the king and queen, where really you just want this Warden to walk as long as possible. Remember, he ignores those walls, he bounces right over the walls, so keeping the Warden alive is the big key to success on this one. So a very beautiful attack, and HCM pull forward into the lead. A little bit of a slower attack, but ultimately that doesn't matter until the very end there.
Exactly, and I think their first attack was so fast that it would that they're still in the lead on time, probably even after the next attack, if it will be a 3-star. We could also see once more the Warden Fireball, which was targeted perfectly, but we could see that the timing with the Earthquake spell was just a little bit off. It's better to use the Earthquake first and then Fireball, but most players, same for me, because it's just easier to execute, they just tend to use the fireball and then drop the earthquake.
Yeah.
Even trying to be very fast sometimes is not fast enough because these builders just start healing buildings immediately. But in the end, a very nice 3-star, and I noticed that he still brought a poison spell, because you can never be too sure, especially if like a coconut rocket balloon that is intended to look for seeking air mines actually lures out 4 headhunters, then it might be nice to have a poison in the bag. The same goes with a Skelly farm that you send your Royal Champion in, then a poison spell can help as well. And if there's nothing like that happening, you can still use it on enemy heroes just to make it easier to take them down. So it's always nice to have a poison spell in the bag, even if you fireball the clan castle.
Yeah, the poison spell is really an underrated utility, just like everything you said right there. There's so many different uses for it that can come in handy late in the attack, or you never know. If you do miss that CC somehow, it is nice to have that in there just in case. I don't know how many times we've seen like a failed Skelly donut and then they have to deal with those clan castle troops and it ultimately costs them the attack. So it is nice just to kind of have that insurance policy in. But Skyrez is in next, and it looks like they're going back to the ground with the Root Riders. King is going to go ahead and open up to the Town Hall. Spiky Ball does activate that Town Hall, but the Warden, or the Queen, excuse me, is going to go ahead and help take down that Monolith, and she'll go ahead and be able to take down this Town Hall before the Root Riders even touch the ground. Well, I guess the Root Riders are in now. She'll maybe get them in time. Maybe I spoke too soon there, because the Ice Golems are going to hold her up as well.
Yeah, it was a very nice plan there, very interesting approach. But yeah, just as you said, now the Queen is going to have a hard time taking out these Ice Golems, and it's definitely slowing her down incredibly. And now he's even making the Ice Golems invisible, so the Queen targets the Town Hall. That's a very clever choice of spell there. Otherwise, all of these Root Riders would have run into the Town Hall, taken the damage of the Town Hall explosion and of the Town Hall poison. So that was a nice reaction there. Let's hope that Skyrez can get through to the end with this attack.
You know what it was? It was 25 seconds, Maxi. It was the Overgrowth. That's what we looked up last week, not the jelly. Nah, we'll get our numbers right one of these days, but that's why we have our references in game. Yeah, the Overgrowth lasts 25 seconds at max level, so it is going to shut those defenses down for the 25 seconds, and they will be untouchable, and they will not fire at the same time. That Queen just hanging on there. If she can hang on and be up when the Inferno comes back, that would be beautiful. The World Champion going to take down that bow, alleviate some of that pressure. This is looking really good for Skyrez, and TTP Esports are keeping up with HCM. This is a back and forth affair so far.
Yeah, and this is also on the faster side of things, around 2 minutes, so at least they are getting closer to each other concerning the timing. This was a 130-second attack, while Mohamed Morawi's attack was just 7 seconds slower. So actually, HTM Esports are still in the lead by a bit when it comes to time. But anyways, as you said, it will only matter if the stars are equal at the very end of the attack, and it's too soon to speak, because we have only seen 4 out of 10 attacks, not even half of the attacks of this match. So until we talk about time, we should wait for at least 4 more attacks.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And in the last war with TTP versus Navi, it did come down to that 4 spot where we saw the first fail, and then we saw both players attacking in the 4th position fail. So you never know. It could come on to this next attack. It could come on the very last attack of the war, and we've seen that happen as well. Or we could have that elusive double perfect. Maxi, we need 1 double perfect this season. We've yet to have one on broadcast, so we're still hoping for one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We didn't see it in the Open Cups. We didn't see it in the World Championship. I don't even think we saw it in the last season, if I'm not mistaken. But I have my notes here.
Not since we switched to hard mode. I don't think so.
Yeah, no, right? Not a single competitive perfect in hard mode. That is actually incredible. But let's not talk about it too much. It'll just happen when it happens, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're good at talking about it. Zahid coming in. Check this out. We saw Zahid using the Inferno Baby Dragons before, and going back to the skies with Inferno Baby Dragons, little Electro Dragon to snipe out up top here. I love the Raged Electro Dragons. They can just get so much value. Great use of those balloons up there. Here comes the Queen's Giant Arrows surging across the middle of the base to take out both of those air sweepers. That'll allow these Inferno Baby Dragons just to work through the middle of the space and just go exactly where they need to. You bring those skeleton spells in just to provide a little bit of tanking for them, and they can deal out so much damage so quickly.
Yeah, very nice use of the Electro Dragon. The Queen is struggling a little bit against the Ricochet Cannon on the right side, but there are a couple of things he has to do simultaneously there, and he's probably going to lose the Queen unless he invests a spell. He doesn't, okay. But he had to make sure the Town Hall goes down. That was more important in this situation. Now he's got a nice little King Walk going on the bottom side. We see the Skelly spells. That is very OG, very I would say 2021 or so, when we used Inferno Baby Dragons with some freezes and especially those skelly spells. But they provide some great tanking, especially as we have some single target Infernos in this base. He's freezing very nicely the single target Inferno and the poison spell to make sure that the Inferno Baby Dragons survive. They take out the enemy Royal Champion, and now there's really not much left in this base. However, there are also not that many troops left for Zahid. He's got the Royal Champion with the Fox still alive, but other than that, it's just a very low health king there on the bottom.
I want to say it was season 3 or 4 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. We saw HCM Esports with more of the NA player base going with tons of these Inferno Baby Dragon attacks, and they were crushing. I think we're... Oh, wait. The meta was definitely a lot different, but this is actually fading out. Let me get back on track here, because there's only one Inferno Baby Dragon. There's only the Phoenix left. This is not going to get through. We were just talking about how elusive that double perfect war is, and we see it yet again as Zahid is going to fall victim to this base. That final air defense taking out those last 2 air targeting troops with the Phoenix and the Inferno Dragon. It is our first defense of the war. Maxi, it seems like every time we bring it up, it happens.
Yeah, well, that's just the magic of the Jinx. Very unfortunate there from Zahid. But I was wondering, what type of equipment did he have on the Queen? He got the healer puppet, and was it the magic mirror, or was it the giant arrow?
It was giant arrow.
Giant arrow. So he could have taken out the back end air defense with a spell and the Queen giant arrow. There we can see, I think that's the enemy Queen, yeah. And this little Skelly working on the wall. Very interesting to see. 17 more seconds of that. I don't think that it stands a chance against these nice maxed out walls. Let's see how long these are maxed out walls.
Yeah, that skeleton definitely not even going to get halfway through that wall. He's trying his hardest though, but it is ultimately a 93% failure with the Inferno Dragons. Our first miss of the war. This leaves the door wide open for TTP, and maybe he was trying to get the... Actually, I don't know. It didn't really seem like he was targeting the air defense the way he sent that arrow in. Yeah, it was definitely the sweepers, but maybe he could have put the Queen on the opposite side of that anchor building over there in the corner and maybe shot it at the opposite angle. It's always hard to say. That's such a tough thing to aim it and get it right.
Yeah. I mean, I used it with the Lava Loon Halloween troops a lot, the giant arrow in Legend League, and even when I thought I was confident, I was consistent with it and I felt confident to use it, I still made mistakes, and that was just me without any pressure in Legend League for fun. And these guys, we've seen the prize pool, so there's a lot on the line here with any of these attacks. So of course it's sometimes hard to do these exact tile droppings perfect, but in the end that was not the problem of this attack. Maybe it was the Queen dying too early, because he got the healing power. He had the King up until the very end of the attack, so with the Queen he could probably have finished this base. So quite unfortunate, but now the past is the past, and we'll concentrate on Harvey, who's coming in for TTP Esports next.
The 2 Electro Titan attack. We saw this work really well for him in the last war. It is a very tricky thing. Oh, check this out. Gonna fireball the town hall down early. Not only that, but taking out the storages. Now the Warden, under a little bit of fire, uses an invis, but the Warden should be able to get this town hall down, and getting that town hall out of the way and avoiding that poison is so huge. Here comes the Queen to support that Warden, and we'll see the couple of Electro Titans join that party, and everything's gonna go up the middle. Ooh, first wall breaker does fail, but Javi's looking really good to start.
Yeah, at least he got the wall open with the second, but he doesn't have any more. Now he decides to jump early, but what's important now is that he gets the King onto the ricochet cannon. So once the King is there, he can use the earthquake spells and open the entire core of the base. And then I wonder where he's going to send the Royal Champion later on, from the right side or from the left side, but mostly it was interesting. So Synchronic Gaming in the World Championship, they used this strategy, but they didn't push their heroes in with the Electro Titans. They rather had the heroes on the outside and just a couple of support troops, maybe one hero with the Electro Titans. So that's, from my point of view, one of the biggest mistakes some players trying to copy this strategy made so far. But Bash, I think this is still looking fairly strong here.
Yeah, it's looking real good. The Royal Champion did come from that top side. She'll go over there, and after dealing with these Ice Golems, we'll go ahead and take out the Igor Artillery. Queen's doing a great job taking care of all these defenses and now fighting off that Tesla farm. Javi's looking really good to get the 3-star on the board and take the lead for TTP Esports. This is a very tricky attack with only a couple of offensive strong units in there with the Electro Titans. It is all about keeping everything alive through the core. Even though those Titans did fade out here, he still has enough in the tank here with the Royal Champion still having ability. Queen hanging on for dear life there. This should get through. I don't want to jinx it too much there, but he should have enough gas in this tank with the Royal Champion and the Hogs to finish this one off for the 3-star.
Wow, it's actually getting closer than I thought, and the time is the biggest issue at the moment, because the Royal Champion has to go all the way back to the clan castle. He should probably use the free spell there to just make sure she stays alive, or maybe hold on to it. It's hard to say, because there might be a Skelly trap popping. Yeah, and then he could freeze the Skellies for time.
Ooh, this could be a time fail, I think.
It's probably, yeah, I agree. It's probably going to be a time fail. I think it's going to be a 98% time fail. Royal Champion is probably not even going to be able to finish off the gold storage.
Yeah, I agree with that. It was looking really, really good, but ultimately no cleanup troops here. All he needed was just a couple of cleanup troops. But even with the 98%, they are still in the lead by 5%. So it is a failure. It is 2 failures back to back like we saw in the previous war with TTP. But ultimately, they do have the higher percent once again, and they are in the lead by 5 buildings now.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I meant when I said Synchronic just approached this strategy a little differently. They knew that they just had to send some, I don't really know, like Valkyries, maybe the Queen in the core, or maybe the King, but the Queen on the outside, something like that. Yeah, King in the core. So that would have probably gotten almost the same value. Then he could have just let the Queen walk from the top side to the right side and could have sent the Royal Champion on the opposite side to kind of keep the King and the Electro Titans in the core of the base. So this is probably the better choice. The problem is, in bases, the core is always stacked, the core is always hard to reach. As we can see in this exact base here, there's so much going on in this core. But if you're somehow able to take it down with a nice Warden ability, the Electro Titans, making sure the Skellies are not as annoying as they usually are, and especially the Earthquake Boots and the Spiky Ball. Oh, the Warden is holding on to
come on, Warden.
Okay.
Oh wait, he's still not out of the woods yet.
No,
that bow was
now the Royal Champion is going to target him.
He's fine. He's fine. He's got this under control. Oh my! Oh, but
sorry, I was talking too much about the Electro Titan strategy there.
No, you're good. You're good.
A little shaky.
Yeah, the Warden, the balloons are actually pulling out the archers now from the clan castle, and now the Jelly pulling out all the archers. But the Fireball does deal with all of those archers. The Warden is back on track. I don't know if he was trying. I don't think he was trying to get the town hall, so I don't think that was even intended, but does eventually get through those clan castle troops. Luckily, it was all archers, so one fireball just takes them all out, and it looks like he's going to send the king in to deal with the town hall all by himself. Got to be careful here, though. If the Warden does get too close to the king, it can pull him offline.
Yeah, exactly. Now he's using the rocket balloons to make sure the Warden stays more in the center of the base, so that he'll eventually go to the multi-Inferno Tower in the core, I think. But yeah, that's going to take too much time. He's probably going to have to start soon. Yeah, there goes the Queen on the top side. Royal Champion he could send probably on the right side and then wall break the Queen into the enemy Queen compartment, and then he should be good, honestly. Just sprinkle in some rocket balloons from the outside, and then that should for sure be a 3-star.
That's one of the toughest things to do with this attack, is keep that Warden alive. Schneider's Warden was on the verge of going to the early fireball so many times there, but ultimately managed it perfectly. And that's, if you're able to get that value from the Warden like we see here, keep those enemy heroes, or the other heroes, excuse me, away from the Warden, and allow that Warden just to walk out a whole side of the base. It is so rewarding, and it's going to pay off really nicely here. Snyder's going to still have tons of rocket balloons left, tons of troops left, and it's going to be a swagalicious 3-star for HCM Esports. They get back on the board and get right back in the W column with a 3-star.
Nice job from Schneider, especially in the beginning of the attack, keeping this warden alive. Somehow just, you could always tell how he was hoping that the one spell he was using was enough, but then in the end decided, okay, no, I think I'm going to have to pop another one and another one and another one. But in the end, you can really invest that spell capacity as long as you keep the warden alive, as long as you get the value with the fireball. We could tell in this attack it was nowhere close to being a fail just because he decided to invest all that. When you get too greedy with your warden walk and then the warden ability is forced, then such an attack can go south very, very quickly.
I will say, though, I don't know if it's Cam froze there at the end or whatnot, but he looked stressed throughout that, trying to keep that warden up. It's a tough thing to do, man, because all it takes is that warden just getting too low, just a split second too low, and that fireball is off to the wrong side of the base, and your attack is all out of whack. You can still recover it from there, but he did a great job managing that one and keeping it up. Now, Warman has to come in with a 3-star. Remember, TTP does have the lead here. They are up by 5 percentage points, so any 3-star keeps them that lead. They can't afford a miss. Even though they do have 5 building lead, the stars has to be a 3-star to keep pace with their opponents here.
Yeah, a 3-star definitely is non-negotiable now for TTP Esports if they want to keep the lead. I mean, yeah, even a high percent 2-star, no chance. And they definitely should not open that door for their opponents. Otherwise, they will, very happily go through it and get to the finals, supposedly, if they are able to 3-star themselves. So all eyes on Warman now, but once more, Bash, we see the very classic Root Rider strategy.
And this is what he used in the last war against Navi and had a 3-star in that matchup as well, playing on his phone there. Maxi, I don't know how people play on their phones. Anytime I have, like, I'm out and about and like I have to get my Legends attacks in and I have to attack on phone, it is so bad. But I guess if that's what you're used to, that's just kind of your comfort zone. But starting in with the heroes here for the Town Hall, we've kind of seen this approach be their thing, where they take the Town Hall down before really even committing the roots to the attack. And I like that. Not having to really risk the roots taking a lot of extra damage, but also not having to risk that 1-star because the Town Hall is already down.
Yeah, it's a lot of investment though, having the king, queen and a golem, so a lot of troop space as well in there. Now Warman has to take a look at his queen, not lose control of her, but he pops the ability just in time. However, okay, it's just a clone of queen walking into the Town Hall poison. Okay, I think that was not the perfect choice because he kind of let the queen into the Town Hall poison by using that overgrowth spell, but I think she's got enough juice to take out the ground expo. That is nice, so now he can really concentrate on his Root Riders, but unfortunately there are ice golems in the clan castle and that is not ideal for this type of attack strategy.
It is going to hold the Royal Champion up, but he can go ahead and use that second overgrowth right in the spot he used the first one. Another poison comes in on the queen. She's going to go invisible. Great spell usage there to keep her up and pounding through that scatter shot. Royal Champion supporting the roots all through that top side now, and with the enemy ice golems down, he's looking like he's got a great shot at 3-starring this. Still has a couple of freeze spells in there, managing this queen very well. She's going to get through this enemy Royal Champion, and this is looking really good for Warman.
Yeah, interesting choice to invest so much in the queen, but it seems to have been the right choice looking at this attack. He's still got the Royal Champion with her ability intact, and most importantly the free spell that he can use if either the queen or the Royal Champion run into any real danger in the core of the base. For example, this single Inferno Tower. But I mean, the Royal Champion even still's got the Spirit Fox on her side, so now he can basically swag the free spell. And ability, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he's got this one well under control. Using that overgrowth in the same spot there was actually pretty crucial because he got so many key defenses down, and that allowed the Royal Champion to fight those ice golems without having to take too much damage, and allowed him just to push right on through there. And it's a 3-star for TTP Esports, and they continue their lead. They are down on time, but as long as they get one more 3-star, they will move into our upper bracket finals. This is a very commanding performance from them.
Yeah, that was indeed very, very important for them. And I said after 4 attacks each, we can talk about time, but it's a pretty quick talk, pretty short topic because time most likely is not going to matter, as both teams have failed already, and now the probability of a perfect tie is very, very low. So Paul is going to be the next attacker for HTM, and that is a position you really don't want to be in, because he has to 3-star to keep their chances alive, but he doesn't have it in his own hands to get the victory in this war. Yeah, however, his teammates probably will just tell him, give it all you got and just be confident with the plan, and yeah, get the 3-star. What I always told my teammates is they are going to fail. They are going to fail. Our opponents are going to fail. So to just have that mindset that this is the attack that the war depends on, and that it's still a very important attack.
And that's the right mindset. You have to go in, and you never know what your opponent's going to do. You never know if, say, they go with the Warden Walk and it runs into trouble. So you have to go out there, give it your best, and get the 3-star so you ultimately give your team a chance. Paul is coming in with the Warden Walk into the rocket balloons, setting up this nice fireball. It looks like he's going to probably target right into that core where there's so many buildings and the enemy clan castle just awaiting that fireball to be taken out. Angry Jelly does now pop off the Warden. You got to be careful because that Jelly can pull up those troops from the clan castle, but the Monolith takes it down. Tesla's popping up here from the left-hand side. He's got to be aware of that when he's setting up this fireball.
Yeah, I wonder why he's not using it, because now would have been the perfect time. Okay, finally. Okay, nice job, perfect. And now the Warden even goes to the top side, which is probably what he likes. And then he can start with the Ice Golem, the Siege Barrack, and the heroes in the bottom side of the base.
Royal Champion coming in, Rocket Spear, and
whoa, look at the skellies.
That is a skelly farm. The Rocket Spears and the Valkyrie will actually take those skeletons down, no issue. Now the Rocket Spear will finish off the Monolith. The Royal Champion has that all under control. He does have the Siege Barracks there on the top left side. King and Queen joining the Royal Champion. Warden now surging through the middle of the base, and he's going to make his way over to that Town Hall shortly. Takes that Eagle down with one shot. Remember, it was weakened up from the fireball, and this is looking really good for Paul as he still has 12 rocket balloons also yet to be deployed.
Yeah, and as you said, the Valkyrie was definitely the better choice. I just didn't see that he had one there. Now he still has the poison in the bag for the back-end Queen or back-end King, which is really, really nice. We could see the Tornado at the bottom side, and since the space is symmetrical, if he would have chosen this entry with the Warden Walk and the Fireball from the bottom side, the Warden would have been pulled by the Tornado Trap into the range of the CC. So very interesting to see that this Warden Walk was expected, but from the other side, because it's usually more comfortable to attack from the bottom, but in the end this is an absolute overkill from Paul, no questions asked. This is an overpowered 3-star here, 2 minutes and 25 seconds, not even the slowest one. So great job from Paul, keeping their chances of a spot in the grand finals alive.
I wish I could do this attack how these pro players do. I've tried this attack in Legends League and it is always such a mess for me. I always either get my Warden into too much trouble or miss my target and just have to panic from there. But this was just so well controlled. I think he could have maybe went with an earlier fireball, as you were kind of pointing out there, but ultimately it didn't matter. He did get his fireball exactly where he wanted to, was just kind of playing it safe there. Now this attack is kind of crucial here. It has to be a 3-star, and if you remember in the last war against Na'Vi, Bunch was the first miss of the war, so TTP still have a little bit of flaws remaining, and Bunch can really redeem himself with a 3-star and clutching the team's victory here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's still a chance. And I was just looking at the live ticker from our lower bracket match, actually, between NextGen and HST Gaming. That is already going on in the background, and one of those teams is going to be sent home today. But so far, out of 2 attacks each, there has not been a single fail. So perfect, and they're also just 1 second apart. So very interesting. It's going to be very interesting over there. But now let's focus on this very last attack. Now the whole weight of this war is on Bunch's shoulder. If he 3-stars, his team wins and get to the grand final. If he doesn't, they will definitely get to the lower bracket. And money-wise, this also makes a huge difference, because if you get to the final, that means you're already safe to be at least a third of the whole tournament.
Yeah, it's It's definitely a nice chunk of change. I think third is $5,000. That is very, very huge. It's going to go ahead and start in here with an early fireball into the queen, not wasting any time here, going with the Electro Titan strategy. The healer's finally into the party here. The barracks up top, and he's really not wasting any time with this attack. He doesn't really need to go quick, but I guess this is just part of his plan. Druid's now joining the party, and he'll have those Electro Titans coming in really soon as well to make their way all through the middle of this base. But again here, Maxi, you kind of talked about it. When Synchronic were doing this attack, it was the king going up the middle, and the queen was always standing on the outside with that siege barracks just to take care of all those outside buildings. So we'll have to keep an eye on it and see if that plays a factor.
Yeah, and in this case, he found actually the Tesla farm and a lot of traps with his siege barrack. So the siege barrack troops, the P.E.K.K.A. and the wizards, took a lot of damage early on. And now all the healers get targeted by the scatter shot. That's a huge problem. And now Bunch has not a single healer anymore to get through the core of this base. Okay, there are 3.
Yeah, Queen ability with the healer puppet will allow him to get some healers back, but still, losing all those healers is massive. And that multi-archer tower is staying up. The Queen is going to come over and see if she can take it down. It looks like she will be able to. The Clone Queen needs to get this mono. Great freeze there. Oh my goodness, that Clone Queen is barely hanging on. She's got to get the mono down. That'll take a lot of damage off the board, and she gets it right before she expires.
Wow, and right before the monolith came back to life, that was a nail biter finish there. But yeah, I think it's looking like a clear 3-star. The Royal Champion actually has a nice value there with the Rocket Spear and the Royal Shield, or Seeking Shield, and he's still got a freeze in the back, and it seems like he's bringing it home for the boys. HTM is thrown back to the lower bracket, and TTP make it, after taking down Na'Vi in the first match, make it to the grand finals. And we can see him typing already in the chat probably how happy he is about how that attack went.
Oh yeah, never a doubt in his mind, Maxi. That went just 100% to plan. That was all controlled chaos. He was just making us panic for no reason, right? But TTP get the well-deserved victory. A well-fought match between these two teams. Ultimately 5% deciding this war, and TTP will move on to our upper bracket finals. Like you said, all but guaranteeing them third place, which is a hefty prize pool already. Not bad for a day's work.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, it's just incredible. Every single one of my picks has lost. I thought Na'Vi would win and HDM Esports would win, but yeah, I mean, every team can just hope that I won't pick them next. So let's not talk about the next match.
Oh, poor Maxi's picks. But HTM, they're not eliminated. That is the one saving grace for them. They will have to fight their way through the lower bracket. They will have to await their opponent, though. They won't know exactly who they're playing. As we take a look at the recap here, it was ultimately the 93% failure for HTM that cost them this war. It's still a pretty good fail. I mean, 93% is still very high, but when your opponent fails at 98, it's just tough to overcome that. And ultimately, they were able to hold on and get the victory, and TTP move forward. What a well-deserved victory.
Yeah, absolutely well-deserved. And so far, out of 10 results, so we've had 5 matches that took place. We've only seen one perfect war. One perfect war from one team, HTM Brazil. Other than that, it's always been 14 stars tops. And yeah, there we can see our bracket as it unfolds after this match. We got TTP Esports, who are secured in the grand final now, and we've got HDM Brazil versus Tompinai Empire, our next match on the board, Bash.
Like I said, I would not want to be playing this HCM Brazil team. They are looking so well. Obviously, we didn't see Tompinai on broadcast, but HCM Brazil, like, I was kind of sad that we didn't get to see them in the World Championship, just because their intensity and their energy they always bring to the stage is always missed. So they're out on a revenge tour here, I feel like, here in the Season 6 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. But the winner of that will move on to play against HTM Esports. Oh, and it looks like actually HCM Esports will play the winner of NextGen versus HST in that lower bracket, which you said is going on right now, right?
Exactly, and we've just got the first fail confirmed in this match. Unfortunately, NextGen Esports had a 97% 2-star, so now it is 9-8 for HST Gaming. Yeah, we're going to be keeping you guys updated on that match, but so far we've seen enough from our first semi-finals, and after our break we're going to be looking at HTM Brazil versus Tompinai Empire. So stick with us and we'll see you back in just a couple of minutes in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some of yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never to lose. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and welcome back, Woody. We had a very interesting matchup there where TTP barely squeak out the victory, but we're moving forward into HTM Brazil against Tompinai Empire. What'd you think of that last match though, Woody?
I thought it was incredible. I mean, you call it a squeaker, but honestly, that's all it takes to win a game of Clash of Clans. If you're ahead by a single building, you might as well be ahead by all 15 stars. The win is so supremely important for TTP, who have now tripled their earnings from $2,000 all the way up to a minimum of third place at 6K. That is an extraordinary run from them. And just like Maxi said, I think that was not what we were expecting in our open finals. A really impressive showing from them is well deserved, all the praise they're getting. But the bottom side of this semifinals upper bracket is extraordinary as well. These are two teams that I could have easily picked out to be in the grand finals, and they may very well make it all the way there yet. HTM Brazil and Tampanai Empire are two extraordinary squads. And I'd say maybe alongside Na'Vi, these three teams have the most experience, the most wins, the most cups, prize money, all across the board. I think that we have an extraordinary match ahead of us, Bash.
I mean, the whole HCM Brazil squad have been around Clash of Clans esports forever, but even on the other side, we have the same story from Tampanai Empire with Rigo Torres, Almolen. They've played in the very first Clash of Clans World Championship, so these are two very well-storied teams, and they are looking to make an impact. I already said it, HCM Brazil feels like they're on a revenge tour for barely missing out on the World Championships, and if I'm Tampanai Empire, I don't want to play this HCM Brazil squad, but you know at the same time, Tampanai is not backing down. They're not intimidated by any foe. I just think what we saw out of HCM Brazil was just so impressive, and it looks like they're on their A game here today.
This is extraordinarily interesting also because of the cultural aspect that we got going on in the background. This is a Latin American SmackDown with HTM Brazil, of course, representing Brazil, but Tampanai Empire bringing talent from across the Spanish-speaking world, from Mexico in the case of Rigo Torres, Spain in the case of Diego and Almolen, and then Argentina have brought Rocio and Eltano to represent them. So this is really a fantastic opportunity for the entire Latin American world, and bringing Spain in there too, the entire Spanish and Portuguese speaking world, to show up and show off who is going to be the number one El Crack Supreme, the top dog, El Jefe. How can I say it in any other way? This is so exciting to see them both undefeated in the upper bracket now, but only one team can advance to challenge TTP to make it into the grand finals, Bash.
Yeah, you said it right there, Woody. Only one team can remain undefeated, but ultimately that doesn't mean it's the end of the story for the other team, as they will go down to that lower bracket and they can still make a run from that lower bracket and make it to our grand finals ultimately. But this is a huge matchup which will set up our upper bracket finals. It'll be TTP Empire or TTP Esports against whoever wins this matchup, whether it be HTM Brazil or Tampanai Empire. I'm really looking forward to this matchup. If you force me to pick one, I think it's pretty clear which way I'm already leaning. HTM Brazil, I think they just look so impressive. So they would definitely be my pick, but at the same time, never count out Tampanai Empire.
I think I'm going to agree with you on that one. HTM Brazil will be my prediction for this next match as well, but I think that we also have one of the closest matches ahead of us. Out of all the predictions that I could possibly make, I think these two teams are extraordinarily tightly matched, and Tampanai Empire could definitely pull it off. HTM Brazil have had a little bit of difficulty in the past with some of the late qualification attempts to make it to the World Championship. Ultimately, they had an extraordinary run in the last chance qualifier, making it to the very end with still perfect wars, putting 15 stars up, but losing out on time. So I know you and Maxi were teasing it. You were hopeful. You were excited. You were looking forward to the possibility of two teams scoring a perfect war in hard mode. I think that this war right now is the last best chance that we have of a perfect v perfect going down to time, even in hard mode. This last opportunity in this final war for the current town hall before we get our next upgrade coming soon is definitely going to give us a lot to talk about. Who is going to be the last team to claim a world championship title? And it's very much more likely it's going to be a team coming from the upper bracket. So this next match is so incredibly important in that regard, Bash.
I like what you mentioned there, Woody. This is likely the last big tournament for Town Hall 16, as Town Hall 17 has been essentially confirmed for this month, and we're already at November 16th. That's halfway through the month. There's not too much time to get any more tournaments going, so this weekend could ultimately decide our final champion of Town Hall 16, and that leaves a good impact, especially moving into the next season as we prepare for the next World season to start up here at the beginning of 2025, as we'll await that announcement. Obviously, nothing has been confirmed, but we always assume that announcement is coming, and the new World season is always exciting. But I definitely expect these to be two players in the Town Hall 17 World scene, whether it be through qualifiers or ultimately ending up on that big stage. I would definitely expect these two teams to be playing and trying to make an impact for Worlds next year.
Right there alongside you, Bash. I'm so excited to see these two teams moving in next, but which one is going to be the first to slip up, or do we get that Fable perfect V perfect? It's all up to these squads now, as we saw already a perfect performance from HTM Brazil. I think that I'm right there with you, expecting their offense to stay just as strong. There was no weakness at all from them, and I think that that's how we're going to see it going forward. Tompanai Empire, on the other hand, we did see Rocio coming in with a 2-star, 90% in her attack, and so the possibility of improving on that still exists, trying to reach that perfect war once again, but there have been mistakes on that side of the map. In their favor, though, I will say they kept HST Gaming to all the way down at 13 stars. That was the second best defense that we saw out of our teams. It's just that the best defense that we saw was on the other side by HTM Brazil, keeping NextGen down to 12 stars. The quarterfinals on both offense and defense are tipped in HTM Brazil's favor, and it's going to be a bit of an upset if Tompanai Empire can muster the strength to come back over the hill and take them down. But we've seen upsets before, especially by TTP taking out a former world champion in Navi. I think that the chat is going wild right now. Very excited to see this next war. You and I are both very hyped to make this happen at the top level of excitement possible. And so I don't know if there's anything else to say, but let's get this thing kicked off. I know that our tech and admins are doing everything that they can to get this war started as quickly as possible. So let's give them just another minute before the teams hop into the action. Any other thoughts from you before we get it started?
I will make a prediction here. I think that I'm gonna go bold, since we have time here. The war got a little bit started a little bit later, and that's why we're stretching a little bit here, just to be completely transparent. There are timers we have to stick to and amend to, because those players do need time to scout and prepare their attacks. But I'm gonna go ahead and say it. HTM Brazil come out with a perfect war here, and I think that Tompanai will make a mistake. I think they're the team in this matchup more susceptible to making a mistake. We saw them just kind of squeak by last week and barely get in here, and then we saw them also make the mistake earlier in their first war with a 14-star performance. So I think out of these two teams, you definitely got to think that HTM Brazil will be the one to remain flawless. I mean, their attacks were under 2-minute average for the entire war with a perfect war. I like what they're doing. Tompanai, don't get me wrong, Tompanai is really good. They can hang in there, but I think if anything, out of these two teams, they are the one with just a little bit of flaws and are more prone to that mistake and maybe seeing a 14-star war.
Well, if my calculations are correct, we should be within 1 minute of the start of this war. I can also report in the background another war that's taking place between NextGen Esports and Head Start Esports has started off. It seems, actually, no, sorry, that was the, sorry.
That one's done
already?
No,
yeah,
that one was going on.
I was keeping an eye on the other matches that were reported on our handy dandy app that we sent.
Yeah,
that one just needs to get sent to the war ended section. All right.
No, that's our lower bracket, Woody. No, you're right in bringing that up, because HST is going to eliminate NextGen Esports from the tournament. They go perfect with 15 stars. NextGen still does have one attack, but they did have that 97% fail from Akshay. So the best they can do is 14 stars. So NextGen Esports will be our first team eliminated here. Ultimately, that they still do walk away with $2,000, so it is a nice little prize pool, but not able to get a victory against any of the teams they go up against here today.
Right, yeah, I see you're right about that. I was trying to keep my head on straight, and you fixed it right in the right.
Hey, I got you, buddy. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, we got HST and moving on then, and that means that they're going to be waiting for, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the loser of this match between HT and Brazil and Top and I Empire. Is that right, or is it going to be?
I think they play HTM.
Someone else.
I think they play HTM Esports.
HST is going to play up against HTM.
I think so.
So then it should be the winner of that matchup that's going to go up against the loser of this next one that we're watching. Is that right?
No. The loser of this matchup.
HTM dropped against TTP.
The loser of this matchup will play the winner of the Navi matchup. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Well, if every possibility has been eliminated, it's just what remains that will eventually happen. So
ultimately, at the end of this war, we will take a look at our bracket. So all questions will be answered there, as Woody and I are just ad-libbing here. But I believe, yes, the loser of this matchup will go on to play the winner of the other lower bracket matchup, that was Navi and. Oh, it's escaping me. Who?
PGG Ascend.
PGG, that's right. Okay, so yeah. So they'll play the winner of that, but the loser of that, which will be our 5th matchup here on broadcast, will be eliminated. So we'll have 2 teams eliminated here today. Man, Woody, we got this under control.
All right, so just to recap there, we've got HTM Esports and HST Gaming on the bottom side in the lower bracket. That's going to be taking place tomorrow. Today, we still have HTM Brazil and Top and I Empire going up next. And then the war after that is going to be TGG Ascend and Navi.
Yes.
So the team that loses in our current match between HTM Brazil and Top and I Empire will face off against the winner of TGG Ascend and Navi. The loser in that match is going to get eliminated, while the winner of this match will get to go up against TTP Esports.
There's a lot of T's in there. I think that's the
accurate and correct. How many T's do we have here? We have TTP, HTM, Top and I Empire, TGG Ascend,
HTM again,
HST Gaming, and another HTM Esports. So that's
just
7.
Navi has no T's. Navi's left out of the tea party. You like that, Woody? Oh boy,
I love that, Bash.
We should be close here, guys. We should be close here. Obviously, we're off the rails awaiting this one. Like I said, this war got started a little bit later. These things happen. It's okay. We'll get it under control as Top and I Empire look to go up against HTM Brazil in an ultimate matchup that will move on one of these teams to our upper bracket final tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, Woody, we're going to be live at the exact same time. For me, it was 10 Eastern, 9 Central for you. It's 4 p.m. CET. Is that 5 p.m. UTC or 3 p.m. UTC? I think it's 3 p.m. UTC. I don't know. 3 p.m. UTC.
I think so.
Follow, subscribe, have all those notifications on. Pretty much the same time we started today. We'll be live tomorrow. But we're in! Diego for Top and I Empire will be our first attacker. Man, what a stretch job we did there, Woody. It's Electro Titans to get the war going.
Yeah, flawless social media callouts there, Bash. Well done on keeping the time going strong. Diego also mindful of time, as he's only got 3 minutes to make this initial attack happen for the Top and I Empire. Will they expand their borders, or will HTM Brazil hold the line against a mighty Electro Titan force massing at their walls right now? We've got an Ice Golem to block for the Queen out in the left corner. Expect to see some healers deployed. Oh, it's going to help out on the center of that army, not going to help out the Queen. That is a massive rage jump heal Grand Warden bonanza of offense that Diego has dumped right into this base, Bash.
And I like what he did here. We were kind of talking about it, Maxi and I, in the last war, where the Queen usually stays on the outside here. And we see just that. The King surging through the middle with all these Titans making their way to the Town Hall. And this one is looking very strong. World Champion now joining the party from the top side of the base. She should have that all under control. And this is what we saw from Synchronic in their World Championship run. They were able to just dissect the enemy bases with these Electro Titan attacks, using the Queen on one side, the World Champion on the other side, and the King up the middle with the Titans, and it was so successful for them, and it looks like it's going to be very successful for Diego.
Drops the final skeleton spell to distract the monolith, and with this last free spell, this base is totally decimated. Queens cloned up on the left side, and a Grand Warden still looking healthy with a Royal Champion to throw the spears off. Not quite the full house I was hoping for, but Diego does find all 3 stars, and Top and I Empire are looking clean to advance in the early stage of this war with an impressive victory over Achilles. That base is down for the count, and with the triple on board, we have seen an already strong attack between these 2 stellar teams.
A very, very nice, clean attack to open us up, and the time was pretty well there as well. It'll be up to Pato next from HCM Brazil to follow up with a 3-star of his own. But if you're Top and I Empire, that's exactly how you want to get started. There was no questions about whether or not that was going to 3-star. It looked really good from the beginning. All the fundamentals of the Electro Titan Smash were there, and it was just so well executed. That's exactly what they need to do throughout this war.
Yeah, it seemed like NextGen Esports were just banging their head against HTM Brazil's wall, but in this case, those walls came crumbling down and were just no resistance at all for Top and I Empire. You're seeing the difference here in terms of the competitive fierceness between these two squads. Top and I Empire really up to the task in that last hit, and showing that Pato has got to have the same mindset that they brought to the last chance qualifier in Worlds, where they had made it all the way to the end into the grand finals. If they want to do that same sort of run again, they have got to bring that ferocity and destroy these spaces without any question, without any time concerns either, with the possibility of that perfect v perfect finally shaping up again. I think Pato knows that a 3-star is what we expect of him, and nothing short of that will be good enough to give HDM Brazil the confidence to move on.
Fun fact, I know Maxi likes to throw out his playing days, but when HCM Brazil, formerly Clash Champs, came off winning the World Championships and the hero equipment was announced, I actually 3-starred Pato's base with a Queen Charge hybrid. I mean, he 3-starred me, so I had to go for revenge, but I just wanted to make sure Maxi's not the only decent player out here on the roster for us. But much respect.
I'm the only one who's not tripling on the pros.
Ooh,
so yeah, I'm with the chat on this one. I don't think most people in chat have 3-star these pros either. So I'll speak for the little man in this regard, Bash.
It's not often you get a chance to 3-star them, so when you do get that chance, you really got to make the most of it. But Pato's in next. We do have a Root Rider attack here, pretty traditional setup with the 1 overgrowth spell. Lots of super barbarians in here for the support. Early deployment here on that siege barracks from the top, getting those 2 P.E.K.K.A.s out just to go ahead and get the funneling set up top there, and the Roots are going to go ahead and join the party right up the middle of this base.
Strong the ground-based composition and distracting that scatter shot with the skeleton spell as well. Pato is just going to be cruising in. Find some rocket loons in the CC along with archers and ice golems to try to slow things down here. He's going to have to snipe those from afar. A single target Inferno is locking onto his big troops, and those Root Riders are getting burnt up. Now it's going to be a lock onto the Grand Warden that forces out a 3 spell from Pato to keep him safe on the backside, but troops just do not really seem to be interested in targeting onto that single target Inferno. Just one of those Archer Queen clones makes her way onto it, but it's another lock and another free spell down. Pato is having to invest a lot on the backside to try to round out this base and get to the bottom. He's lost his overgrowth now, and this is looking a little bit scary. He still has a lot of strength on the interior, though. Can he make the 3-star happen, Bash?
Well, ultimately, like, that rocket balloon is just pounding away on those roots. He loses another Root Rider there, but look at this. He's just gonna muscle his way through here. Doesn't get that rocket. That rocket balloon is still up, taking out the roots, but ultimately it doesn't matter. Pato's just gonna power through and just get this base taken care of. That looked like it was under fire from the get-go. Like, it did not look clean, but ultimately it's a convincing 3-star in just about 90 seconds there. Pato just forces his way through this base, and Rigo Torres goes down on defense, and we are all squared away with 3 stars apiece.
Infernos, the Town Hall, Eagle Artillery, and Scatter Shots all try to say, stay out. But Pato would not take no for an answer and has got the perfect answer to each one of those difficult questions, dropping free spells aplenty and using every single hero for maximum effect. Only barely lost his Grand Warden at the very end due to that poison. But all the rest of the heroes were just at the very last shred of health, indicating that he got the maximum possible value out of taking their time against every tough corner of that base. So very well done to Pato there, earning a 3-star. We find Top and I Empire and HT in Brazil once again at that tied position to start the war off 3-3, as we'll pivot back to Al Mualin and see how Top and I Empire can follow up, Bash.
Ultimately, we do have 8 attacks remaining, 4 apiece for each of these squads, so there's still a lot of war to be played. There's a lot of room for error on both sides, but Al Mualin will look to come in with a 3-star, a very well-seasoned pro player, like I mentioned, played in the very first Clash Clans World Championships aside Rigo Torres on Team Queso there, so he's been around the block a few times and definitely knows his way around a base, especially here at Town Hall 16.
Brilliant follow-up, and we'll see if that justification is going to be good enough to keep him on a perfect track to victory here with this next attack. 14 stars in their previous war, but they really want to get the perfect against HTM Brazil. If they do that, I mean, they are pretty much cleared for landing. They'll be undefeated up at the top, and if they can keep their time advantage over HTM Brazil, they may make it all the way to the upper bracket. Facing off against TTP may seem like a tough order, especially since TTP has defeated Navi and took a win off of HTM Esports, but I still think that there's plenty of opportunity for Tompanai to claim the top spot and make it all the way to the grand final. But 4 attacks still stand in their way. Can they pull it off in this next round? Al Mualin will be the man for the job. Let's see if the number 2 hit from this team is enough to summit the hill. We've seen a lot of ground-based attacks, only kind of pivoting to loons, rocket loons every once in a while, and on weaknesses in the air. Do you have a sense of the overall approach from Tompanai Empire? Are they also going to favor aerial attacks, or are they going to stay mostly grounded?
I was going to say they use a pretty good mix of attacks, and we see that right here from Owlin coming in with a dragon attack, a really kind of old school dragon attack, but we've seen this be very, very effective in the past, especially against the right base, and it looks like he's going to go ahead and set up the pathing down here on the bottom of the base. I'm looking for a recall for the queen. It doesn't look like she has one, so the queen was just going to go ahead and path through there with the king using that spiky ball. If the king can tank, the queen can get into that monolith. Battle Blimp coming in to join those dragons, protected with the Eternal Tome from the Grand Warden, and this should land on the Town Hall without any issues.
Yeah, that's fantastic protection for the Battle Blimp and all the dragons on the exterior. Still, this is a tough base with a lot of defenses spread out, kind of diamond shaped, and finding still on the backside an air defense, multi-inferno, multi-archer tower. Still a scatter shot in the interior that the dragons haven't been able to get to yet. The CC pull is unfortunately going to happen as that Royal Champion wanders a little bit too close, and the ice golems that come out, they're going to start to distract the queen over on the bottom side. Right about that, at the same time that she's going to engage that enemy Royal Champion. That's going to require an invis spell here from Almolin to keep the queen safe as the scatter shot starts to take a few shots against the dragons, but it seems like 3 stars are in his future with another free spell yet to deploy. There's hardly any defenses left, and Almolin has just toppled this base, Bash.
Absolutely crushed. Did a great job kind of dividing this base into sections. Use the king and queen on the bottom side, use the royal champion on the top side, and then ultimately the dragons from the right working across the middle, get the job done. And it is another 3-star for Tompanai Empire, and I believe that one was under 2 minutes as well. I think I saw a minute 19 remaining there on the clock. So these two teams are cooking along here. The average time is going to be very close. We saw already only a 3-second discrepancy after the first attack, and with the way HTM Brazil is moving, I think Tompanai are taking the right approach to this war.
I think they should have an average time of 1:36 after that last hit. It was a bit slower than their first strike, and so that does pivot the lead back into HTM Brazil's favor as long as they can secure another reliable, quick 3-star strike in their next hit. And that's exactly what I would expect from Achilles, the next to move in. Achilles is a very rapid attacker, and in fact, got 1:40 on his attack in the previous war. That was the second fastest attack from this HTM Brazil squad. They do tend to have quicker attacks earlier in the war, and then after they build an advantage, slow down a little bit, but there's not yet that advantage against Tompanai Empire, which has gone perfect so far. And so expect to see HTM Brazil still going strong, fast, and hard, trying to tear down these bases with 3 stars in less than 90 seconds if possible. We'll give Achilles an opportunity to do that next, Bash.
Yeah, I think they should have the plans in place. So they are really good at dissecting the bases in a hurry and bringing the right plan to the base to do just that, whether it be a root rider attack, rocket balloons, or whatever it may need to be, even if it is a Lalo attack. They're so well versed, and that's what you get with a team like HTM Brazil. They've been around forever. They've been playing a pro for so many years now, former world champions on this team, and you just cannot beat that experience. When you have world championship caliber players playing alongside you, it's only going to make you better, and we've seen that from this team time and time again. And they pick each other up, and they just help each other exceed expectations war after war. So let's see if they can go ahead and get the next 3-star on the board and bring us back to a tie ball game. Achilles will be the next attacker.
Your HTM Brazil and Navi, I can say I think both of them underperformed relative to their historic showings in this year's competition, with HTM Brazil not earning a golden ticket and Navi not quite up to snuff on the world's level, coming in 6th place as the first eliminated, and yet they're doing rather well so far today. Navi down in the lower bracket, but only missing once, and HTM Brazil still showing the same level of aggression that has earned them spots like this here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Finals once again. I think that they are doing very well today and would expect to see this Root Rider army with a Siege Barracks over on the bottom left side, Archer Queen and Barbarian King up on the top side to clear out even more structures, to be another really rapid, quick attack leading to another 3-star strike.
What these teams are doing with these attacks is just so impressive. They're really just breaking these bases down layer by layer. King and Queen on the top, Root Riders kind of in the middle, like left middle position, and then the Royal Champion with the barracks on that left side. And this base just falls layer by layer. All the defense is going down. Overgrowth there to shut down the Town Hall and that Tesla farm with a couple of bows. So a lot of key defenses in there. Now, one thing I did notice, he doesn't have a rage, but he does have 5 freezes here with those
5 of them.
Yeah, with those last ice golems going down from the clan castle, he can pretty much keep the town hall frozen. It's all but like another overgrowth, but just freezes here to keep the town hall at bay. And this one should be another 3-star. Look how fast, Woody.
Permafrost by Achilles, who has no fear whatsoever about defenses shutting him down. And just as we had hoped, in just sub 90 seconds, he scores all 3 stars for HTM Brazil. That will keep their time at less than Tampanai Empire, at maybe a 129 average time spent so far. HTM Brazil, with the chance to respond to Tampanai Empire throughout the rest of this war, are in the driver's seat. They are leading by a few seconds and have the the privilege of getting to see attacks from Tampanai Empire first. So this shapes up very well for them going into the mid-war now. But can you ever feel confident going up against someone like Rigo Torres, one of the cleverest attackers in the whole game? And as you mentioned, another player who has had plenty of opportunity to show us a wide range of skill and attacking styles. Rigo Torres picked up a 3-star in just over 2 minutes in the previous war. Gotta keep the pace high. I think that 2-minute mark is not necessarily indicative of the speed and power that he can show in these matches, because Tampanai Empire also did find themselves ahead by a star against Head Start Gaming. But Rigo Torres does need to pick up the pace in this next hit as well. He very well can. But as we get into the mid-war, we start to find more and more often teams starting to make mistakes. Is this going to be a stumbling block for Rigo Torres in this next strike, or will Tampanai Empire maintain a strong march, Bash?
And one thing you kind of pointed out there, he did have that 2-minute attack, but with HTM Brazil going so fast, maybe he feels he needs to step it up, and maybe that does force him to stumble and make that mistake. Rigo, one of the more seasoned players, been around on the world stage more than any other player. He is well known throughout the community, well loved throughout the community, just a really humble and gracious guy, like just so great to ever be around him. Like, he just has that aura about him. But at the same time, when it comes down time to attack, he buckles in, he prepares the attack, and he knows what needs to be done. He needs a 3-star here, and it's got to be sub 2 minutes. I think he can get away with 2 minutes here, but there's not much wiggle room right now. Just the way this war is going, I know we're only 4 attacks and we have 6 attacks remaining, but the way this war is going, it does look like speed may come into play, but ultimately that could cause either of these teams to make a mistake. When you're kind of going for that speed and trying to keep pace with your opponent, all it takes is that one mistake, whether it be a misplaced spell or just a late spell even, that could really cost you the attack. So Rigo Torres will be next. Let's see if he can keep pace here with HTM Brazil so far.
Well, you're right. Tampanai Empire is a relatively new name on the Clash scene, but Rigo Torres has been around with multiple different teams, competing with Team Queso when he scored the 3rd place win in the first World Championships. He fought with Existence the year after that, falling only to the Queen Walkers. He's also been able to pick up plenty of wins as Tampanai Empire, fighting with them since 2021. But can he get it to the very top and find a championship title? That is the question for him now, as he marches along the bottom corner with this Grand Warden walk and a Flame Flinger along the other edge to get a lot of long-range shots against this base. Interestingly, brings the Poison Lizard, who has not seen a whole lot of combat since the release of some of the newer pets. He's got to protect this Grand Warden who's taking a lot of fire. Invisibility spell, not enough to protect him, and I think it was a forced ability out there.
Yeah, something pulled that Warden up. I think maybe a Yeti pulled that Warden to the north. I didn't see it, but something pulled that Warden to the north. He gets him back under control. He brings him back down to the bottom with the Super Witches, but those big boys from the Super Witches are in the middle of the base now. He needs them to kind of get taken out so the Witches will spawn some new big boys down here at the bottom of the base. I think this is still fine and under control, just a little bit of distraction. Luckily, Rigo wasn't going for like a crazy fireball or anything, because that could have definitely caused some issues.
This is a scary entry nonetheless. He has got a lot going great for him so far, but has to worry about that monolith. Drops the first freeze, and he's got 2 more left. Expect to see that jump spell give access to that Town Hall compartment on the very top, and I love that he's doing so much work with the Barbarian King along the bottom left edge as well. You don't want to have to wrap around and deal with additional defenses after taking out the core of the space, and so Rigo Torres is doing everything he can to keep his troops lined up perfectly. Now this is another very slow attack, Bash, and even with the possibility of a 3-star, still looking very strong here. He's just about to cross that 2-minute threshold and will give HTM Brazil a big advantage on time. Even with a beautifully aimed attack, these Super Witches just do not have that marching force to get the double time over the line quickly enough.
Yeah, and he's still got a lot of base remaining here. This one's probably going to be at least 2 minutes 30 seconds. He's still got to get through the back end of the space. There's a Tesla farm in there. He has a Queen. He has Super Witches. The Royal Champion is in there with the Rocket Spear and the King. So I don't think he has an issue of getting through it. It's just all about the time, as this one is ticking away. Royal Champion now distracted with skeletons. And it's going to be over 2 minutes 30 seconds, maybe right here at the 2 minute 30 second mark. That is definitely a lot slower, but ultimately, getting the 3-star, I think, is the bigger story there. You definitely want to make sure you don't miss against HTM Brazil.
He seemed satisfied when I saw him, breathe a sigh of relief after this attack, but he wasn't elated. He wasn't super excited about how that went. It went according to plan, but nothing quick and, nothing of the dominating sort of performance that we might hope to see from Rigo. Tombanai Empire still confidently with a perfect war so far at 9 stars, but falling now behind on time. Have got to either hope for a defense or for HTM Brazil to slow down just as much in the mid-war. Leo is another rapid, quick attacker who performed very well in that last war against NextGen Esports, putting up a sub 2-minute strike. And so if we're continuing to see more Super Witches from Tombanai Empire, that's going to be even more time slowed down. That gives HTM Brazil, slowly but surely, a lead in this war, Bash.
And Leo now knows that he has a little bit of wiggle room with that being 2 minutes 30 seconds. He doesn't have to go for that 90-second attack that we're accustomed to seeing them do. So with that, they are able to play a little bit safer, play a little bit more comfortable. Maybe go with a slower setup attack like that Grand Warden walk into the rocket balloons. Ultimately, I think they stick to their game plan here, and it is going to be another Root Rider attack, which seems to be their go-to right now, as we see the setup here with the hero equipment. That healing tome is massive there on the Warden, and Leo's going to look to roar right through the middle of Almulen's base. Another 3-star will put them far ahead, not only on time, well, I guess just on time, because we're all squared away if he gets a perfect here.
Barbarian King marches on the left lane and will support an Archer Queen, getting easy access to the left side compartment. Ground-based X-Bow on that left side is starting to tick away at that King, but they should be able to get through this compartment with no trouble at all, thanks to Earthquake Boots and a Spiky Ball bouncing through so many defenses. Caught that Tesla farm early, and even with the Rage Tower popping up again, it's not going to be any problem at all for Leo, who's got even more angles of attack to add to this assault. Grand Warden on the top side is going to get some support with the Root Riders and Valks as a Royal Champion, and the Siege Barracks along the top corner of this base will get even more work done. He's just firing on all cylinders, Bash. There is no slowing down Leo as he roars into this base, finds an easy attack so far. Although the Queen has pivoted to the outside, that's going to be an overgrowth to leave that Town Hall to the very end again.
shouldn't be an issue here as he's got plenty of force in the middle. He does have to use a Royal Champion to get back to the Town Hall as the Overgrowth does wear off right now. He does get the multi down with 2 Super Barbarians, so a great play there. Ooh, the Royal Champion is moving forward. He's going to have to keep her up. It's going to be all on the Royal Champion for the Town Hall takedown here, but I think she's fine. With the spell support he has, she should be able to get this down. Freeze spell goes in. That'll bring in the Hog Riders, and it's just the Town Hall and Monolith remaining. Here comes the Queen to provide a little bit of additional
more cleanup
support.
to do.
Yeah, it's just the sweeper ups. I'm more worried about this Town Hall. Keep an eye on this Town Hall. It's going to barely go down, but the bomb right here could be an issue. He has nothing left. This Royal Champion's going to take some damage. She's got to get out of there.
Oh, no. No!
Oh.
Leo! One Barbarian would have been enough to clear the sweeper, but he had no troops left, and the Royal Champion is eliminated. Heartbreaking 2-star 99% for HTM Brazil.
Yeah, Royal Champion was just a little bit low there. Oh man, I thought she was going to be able to get out of there. I think that the sweeper was really close. It might have only needed 1 spear from the Royal Champion, maybe 2, but now the door is open for Top and I Empire. They are now in the lead. The one building this, he did have the Barbarians over there, but the multi-target Inferno in the Town Hall takes them down. That is so unfortunate, and the rare miss for HCM Brazil. Now the door is wide open. Top and I Empire need to step right through it, and they can move to our upper bracket final with 2 more 3-stars. Much easier said than done. They have no room for error. It has to be a perfect war from here on out.
Well, HTM Brazil's miss is excitement for the Snakes. The Tampanai Empire is ready to strike as the Cobra is coiled in the distance. Rocio, the next attacker, will be marching forth now with confidence on her side. A 3-star keeps them ahead without any fear of time at all. And Bash, what a war that we have seen now shape up with another instance of a single star separating victory from defeat. We saw the same storyline earlier on with Navi 1% behind, and a 2-star 99% is just the most heartbreaking way to miss. But Tampanai Empire get to congratulate their base builders and look forward to another controlling offense as they will continue to march now with the 4th attack, giving them the possibility of sealing it out with only 1 more after this.
Oh, so devastating. Any one troop could have got that sweeper because the sweeper's not going to deal any damage. Just the Royal Champion runs out of gas. Rocio will come in now with a dragon attack. It looks like it's going to be a queen charge into dragons as 2 healers are there along with that queen ability. Did she shoot the giant arrow across? I think she shot the giant arrow across the middle of the base. I missed it there. But it looks like got the sweeper and the air defense on the bottom side just to set up the pathing there for the dragons.
Tough entry point, but the Dragons are well spread out and with a nicely timed Eternal Tone. They all still look very healthy. He's got a lot of major defenses still left to encounter, though, with multi-infernos all around. Monolith does go down relatively early, and the Town Hall eliminated is another big erasure that Rocio can be happy about. Tapping her fingers all across that screen with maximum efficiency, but hoping that the 3 spells are going to be getting enough value to protect these dragons on the backside. This is the same problem that Rocio has had in the past, where the dragons storm in extraordinarily strong, but then run out of steam a little bit later in the attack. Royal Champion backing up on the top side, though, is not ready to throw in the towel yet, as another stab will take down that enemy multi-inferno, but another multi on the bottom side is burning up this poor Grand Warden who just is staying too close.
Lost the headhunters for the queen there. The problem here for Rocio is the dragons spread out way too much. I think this has the potential for a defense as the queen's going to come over, take pot shots at the Royal Champion, and the Royal Champion's down.
Yeah.
And it's going to be the defense that HCM Brazil needs. Rocio is going to fall on offense yet again. The dragons just did not concentrate enough. This enemy queen, the MVP, there was a giant bomb up there that took out the 2 headhunters that were in charge of taking her out. Look how low on health she is. She barely hangs on. And now Tampanai Empire find themselves trailing HTM Brazil. Pato's base holds true, and it is a 2-star defense giving HTM Brazil second life here.
Heartbreaking for Tampanai Empire as Rocio's offense is roasted. No remaining energy in this Dragon Assault that has just invested too much too early on and not had enough on the backside of this base to continue the push. This is going to be a big pick-me-up now for HTM Brazil, who were really sweating after missing the triple in their previous attack, but with their defenses holding on just as strong, it is now another shot in the arm as their champion Bernal will march back onto the field. Another 3-star potential here to follow up would keep them in the lead now, and they are just as excited to end this war as you and I are to watch it, Bash. Bernal knows that these walls are not going to provide any defensive cover for this base as he's able to crack through layer after layer, and so we'll see what is set up to try to stop him nonetheless. Is there any possibility that he's going to miss? I don't think so. He's one of the strongest, most reliable players on this lineup, and so expect to see another 3-star coming in shortly after. That's going to put a very difficult position for Tampanai Empire to have to follow up. You and I were both wrong on predicting that there could be a perfect war in this one, as both teams now have missed, but still an incredibly close matchup that gives HTM Brazil an advantage that they need to bring home, Bash.
Yeah, but even with Bernal being one of the more seasoned players in this matchup, you still can't count out any mistake. I mean, Leo's attack, it wasn't like it was a crucial, vital mistake or anything. It was just one building that didn't get picked up on the way through the base. And sometimes that is enough for a defense. It is going to be a queen charge into Lalo here, a very classic OG strategy, one that Bernal is very comfortable and very proficient at using. Let's see where he goes to set up this queen charge. It looks like right at the bottom of the base, using those balloons to catch seeking air mines to protect those healers, as he will surge in deep into the space for the town hall. Queen is looking really good. Also, the flame flinger over there on the left hand side will look to set up 2 more seeking air mines. He is catching all the seeking air mines. These healers should be well protected.
Yeah, he found a vulnerability over there. No mortars to protect or any long-range Expos able to deny that flame flinger. There is a ground-based Expo near the town hall that could start firing away at it shortly, but not before it takes out that ricochet cannon. Bernal's Queen is still looking a little bit dicey in the core. They are taking shots from the monolith, but it's slowed down, and with the rage spell on those healers, it is quick enough to finish off that key defense. Gets the CC pull out as well, and he drops a poison to deal with that. A lot of players have been, not bringing poison spells recently, recognizing that ice golems are not going to be bothered much by them. But with seeing all these super minions and rocket loons coming on out, that poison spell is super effective, and Bernal can be even more confident that the lava loon starting from the top now is going to be exactly what it takes to find 3 stars on this base, Bash.
This is the big moment he's been waiting for. Warden ability to protect all those balloons as they work their way through that air defense and that multi-archer tower. The Royal Champion is the main line of defense here on the back, as there's not much holding this one back. Scattershot's going to go down from the flame flinger. Queen is still up, and this is going to be a commanding 3-star for Bernal. And HTM Brazil move into the lead, and you see him celebrated. He's elated. He knows what that means for his team. They are 1 attack away from moving on to our upper bracket finals.
Beautiful showing, and take a big look at that man. Bernardo do Nascimento Rangel has scored a triple for HTM Brazil, finding another advantage as there's only 1 more line of attack for both of these teams, Bash.
Yeah, not much left, and really, if you're Tampanai, all you can do here is 3-star and cross your fingers and hope that Celino makes a mistake, which he doesn't make very many mistakes. It's going to be El Tano coming up next. It's got to be a triple, and you got to hope for a defense, but I don't know, Woody. I don't like the odds of that happening, as we've seen HTM Brazil. Their one mistake wasn't even really a mistake. It was just a little bit of unfortunate luck for them, as that sweeper just stood up. He had all the troops kind of go through that area, just nothing clipped that sweeper for whatever reason. So all we need to see is 1 more HTM Brazil 3-star, and they will get the victory. However, if they do make a mistake, El Tano can possibly put this away for Tampanai with a 3-star here. Still a lot to be played, a lot of what ifs and could haves and should haves and all of that kind of great stuff, but ultimately it's going to come down to these final 2 attacks.
Well, all that speculation is exactly what we love about Clash of Clans. Take it back, Bash. My throat's a little sore right now.
Oh, you're good, buddy. You're good. We've all been, as the weather's changing, we've all been fighting it. I know Maxie's kind of been in the same boat. I was in the same boat last week. It's that time of year, Woody. I understand completely, buddy. That's what we're here for. We work as a team, and we got each other's back at any given time as we get ready for El Tano's attack. Yeah, get you some water. Hydrate up there, buddy. We got you covered. But this war
pipes a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, this war's been a little bit surprising. I definitely, like I said at the beginning, I wasn't expecting HCM Brazil to miss, even though it was just one building. They did end up missing, but now Tompanai, they have to have a 3-star here, and it's going to be a Root Rider attack of their own.
Setting up. Ground-based Expos defending. Yeti on the edges, getting a little bit of funneling work done here for Eltano as the King and Queen now make their way through. Firing off at a few exterior defenses, but do find the enemy Queen, a scatter shot, and a ricochet cannon, firing lots of shots against them. Eltano knows that they're going to be taking the heat, but he's got the main force of this army getting set up over on the left side now. Valk spread out, take down those elixir pumps and concentrate fire into the inside of this base. Headhunters are not going to get much value as the defending troops are going to be able to be eliminated pretty quickly here thanks to a massive force of Valkyries still on the ground behind these Root Riders. Eltano is shaping up to a very powerful entry point as the Queen, still very healthy, is making her way down to the bottom side to be able to fake out another multi-target Inferno and still holding on to the Warden ability and that Overgrowth. Don't expect these defenses to be active for long, Bash.
Yeah, Overgrowth comes in right now for the Town Hall. Great call there, Woody. I love that he left the Monolith out as the Root Riders were basically right on top of it. So a great use there, but he hasn't even used the Warden's ability, which is kind of insane. He could have maybe even got away with not using the Overgrowth and just using the Warden to protect these roots through the Town Hall. I think we might have some troops standing around here waiting for this Overgrowth to wear off as Eltano with a commanding strike on this base. There goes the Warden's ability as the Overgrowth does wear off there just before those last few buildings are down, but this one is exactly what Tompanai needed. Maybe they needed it a little bit earlier, but it was a commanding strike, and Eltano gets the 3-star against Salino's base. Now it's going to be on Salino, our final attacker for HCM Brazil, to close this war out. A 3-star gets them a victory. However, any mistake will leave the door open for a Tompanai revenge tour and a win of their own.
So we see just the 81% 2-star from Rocio. HTM Brazil know that with a 2-star of their own, they have got to triple in this last one. But if they do, it will be a victory, just as you said here, Bash. The last attack will be decisive. It all comes down to this, the final one, with HTM Brazil holding their future in their own hands. And what capable hands those are, indeed. Salino, as a 3-star super striker, is the clutch hitter for this team. And you can rely on him at least as much as any other pro player out there, Bash, to finish this one out strong.
Yeah, last year through their World Championship run, I was calling Salino Captain Clutch because time and time again, when they needed a 3-star, he always came up with it. Whether it was in the qualifiers or in the World Championships themselves, Salino was that anchor point, and he always had the 3-star when they needed it, and that has been a big thing for them. Having that 5th attacker that you can pretty much rely on, not have to worry about what they're doing. You know that they're going to go in and have a 3-star almost secured every single ward. It's just such a nice feeling. Then you can focus on the beginning and the mid-war and really get those plans solidified, work together as a team, and then you know Salino is going to close out the war. It's 3 stars remaining, and they will move on to our upper bracket finals. But on the other hand, Tompanai are not going to be eliminated. They will move down to our lower bracket. They will still have a second life down there, so they do not need to be discouraged. They are still alive. They had a pretty strong performance here against this HCM Brazil squad. Holding them to 14 stars, assuming Salino does get the 3-star here, would be impressive. They could still even win this, Woody, with any kind of defense.
Still could. We've seen 2 misses already. Is this final strike going to be another miss? with 2 out of our 8 attacks. That's a 25% miss rate. Will Celino miss again, or is he going to be able to deliver that final strike? Sends in a few rocket loons to clip the outer edges and does take down the air defense, protecting those healers, which are backing up this Grand Warden. Giant fireball launches into the edge of this base, and he'll find another invisibility spell in his arsenal to keep that Grand Warden safe for a little bit longer. Should be able to snipe down the enemy Royal Champion before too long. Although Angry Jelly keeping him locked on to defenses for a little while has let her wander onto the bottom edge.
He does have to keep an eye on this clan castle. It will get pulled out here shortly. He is using these sneaky goblins to set up a hero dive towards the town hall. At least that's what it's looking like. The warden is continuing to walk through here right into that eagle artillery. He'll go right into the multis. Here comes the siege barracks with a couple of P.E.K.K.A.s out there. The king's on the bottom side of the base, joining up with the queen. Great skeleton spell to distract that X-bow, and everything is set up here for Celino to walk through the base of Rocio and get the 3-star. The enemy royal champion is still up, but ultimately shouldn't be an issue. Great poison here on the rocket balloons. The warden should be able to withstand them and get that all taken care of. It's all going to be about this town hall takedown and getting through the middle of this base.
Celino brought 3 headhunters, and you can really expect to see one of those get deployed soon against that enemy Barb King on the bottom. You got to be very heads up and just have extraordinary situational awareness to be able to drop those headhunters while you're sending in these rocket balloons and trying to manage your Grand Warden on the left side. It seems like you need like 17 eyes to keep it, you need a spider's vision to be able to have all of the action managed. But Celino's planning ability and his execution style are just unmatched at the top levels of the game. 50 seconds left to finish off the top corner, and he is running a little bit slower than usual, but he still should have a 3-star possibility here if he can clutch the remainder of these defenses without any difficulty. Holding on to a lot more rocket loons, and the march forward from the top of that Royal Champion seems like there's not a whole lot left to worry about on defense. He's almost over the finish line, Bash.
Yeah, he's got this under control. Just the enemy royal champion will be the last line of defense, but Rocio's base is going to go down, and HTM Brazil will get the victory. They will move on to our upper bracket finals. Oh man, what a victory. They almost have the perfect war again, one building away. Rocio ultimately giving up the fail, and then the final defense there for Tampanai Empire. They will be defeated and move down to our lower bracket, where they will be given a second life, but ultimately HCM Brazil with another commanding performance.
Congratulations to our clutch king, Celino. And you can call him DHL because he delivers the goods when it matters most. On time and perfect. 3 stars and 100% sends HTM Brazil to the winners bracket finals. They'll be facing off against TTP Esports and have already both scored $6,000 as the top 3 teams. Will have just one more squad from the lower bracket round out that medal winning performance. Take a look at the stats over on the right side page, as well as HTM Brazil did have a single 2-star performance there in the mid-war, but rounded it out with an excellent defense against Rocio and found victory, Bash.
Yeah, that was a well-fought war for both sides there. Ultimately, Rocio's forces just seemed to thin out a little bit too much. I think that was the main problem. As we take a look at our updated bracket here, our upper bracket finale will be TTP Esports against HCM Brazil. That will send us to our grand final. The loser that will move on to our lower bracket final, where we are still awaiting our final match of the day. TGG Ascend versus Navi will take on Tampanai Empire. The winner of that, will take on Tampanai Empire tomorrow. That is going to be our 5th match, and that is an elimination match, Woody. So we are losing 2 teams here on our first day, but we are back in action tomorrow.
Right, you are. There's going to be another team dropping out. And is it going to be the same storyline for Navi, a squad that qualified for the World Championships and was eliminated post-haste? Is it going to be the same thing here, where they were an early qualifier for our Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 Open Cup and then eliminated in the first 2 rounds? This is going to be a do or die moment for them to show that they can take it all the way to the end. Stick with us. We'll be back in a few more minutes with the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the take. And we eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more, oh yeah. Give it more, give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6, where the lower bracket has our first elimination match to watch today. My name's Woody, and I'm pleased to be joined once again by Eve Maxey. How are you doing, sir?
Hello, I'm now ready for our final
Yes!
match today. We've got another great match, but not a winner's match. We got a loser's match in the lower bracket. We're going to actually be seeing one team going home already, and it's going to be either the TGG Ascent or Navi, one of the favorites in this tournament, Woody.
Hard to imagine also that both of these teams were both winners of their respective cups to qualify. They were not point qualifiers, and so they have actually scored victories on previous days. One of them will be eliminated early, though. Will it be TGG Ascend, bringing in Battle Cookie, Siven? Excuse me, once again, it's covered up. That's her crocodile. We've got Avengers 2, Urosh, and Janix, who's looking dark and mysterious there in the backside.
Yeah, the lighting wasn't too good for this shooting, I suppose. But here we got Na'Vi, of course. Their shoots are all highly professional because I guess they've been taken at like a world championship or somewhere. We've got the very well-known names there. Klaus, Kazuma, Stars, Yatta, and Gaku. All of which have performed so strong throughout the year. Also claiming the ticket for this season final in our very first Open Cup of Season 6 in the Snapdragon Pro Series. But here they are now. Here they find themselves in the lower bracket fighting for survival against TGG Ascent. What do you think, Woody? What is going to be their game plan? Are they just going to go for the safe 3 stars or are they going to go for fast triples as we've seen in the match between Tompinai and HTM Esports?
I think that their game plan has already been tossed aside. They were expecting to win their first match, and so even having to compete a second time today, they must be frustrated, they must be confused, they must be questioning themselves. But they have made marches from the lower bracket back to the top before. That's how they earned their World Championship title, defeating a very tough opponent, but doing it twice in a row after a bracket reset. So let's see if they can do it once again. They'll be defending first though against TGG Ascent, as Avengers 2 is the first to march into combat with a Flame Flinger on the right corner and a Warden Walk on the bottom side, getting lots of value. Single target Inferno near the core of this base could present a problem for the Grand Warden, who's already soaking shots from that Eagle artillery. Let's get him raged and invisibility'd up to protect him on the entry point here, Maxi.
Yeah, a couple of things didn't go perfect there. First of all, the healers got targeted by the Warden, but also he got a couple of shots onto his Flame Flinger from the mortar, and he definitely would have preferred that to stay up a little bit longer. But now the job for the Warden is to get the Town Hall, and for the Queen it is to survive. But I think both of them are going to merge soon. Yeah, the Warden now goes over to the Queen, and that is not good news for Avengers 2.
The healers also have just taken an absolute beating. They're barely left alive at all, with just a sliver of hit points. One single red bomb anywhere on the map could eliminate that entire pack of... Oh, never mind. It's the scatter shot that gets the job done. And with additional splash damage coming in against the other healers, this is looking really scary for Avengers. He's got lots more rocket loons to deploy on the left side. He's going to drop another mortar to keep those heroes focused on the middle. But that Archer Queen goes down, the Grand Warden taking even more fire, and he has no way to get back into the core. What is the game plan here? Can he still make this happen somehow, Maxi?
I should hope so, but I don't know what the game plan is either. I hope he will just use the Fireball now onto the Sweeper and then take out the CC. Yeah, there we go. And Fireball now. Okay. And now the Warden can luckily, yeah, he can take out the Town Hall. He needs to freeze the Monolith, doing just that. Okay, the freeze for the King was a little bit wasted, I think. But it could work out still. The Monolith is going to be the last target, though.
World Champion goes down as the Hog did not get there in time to protect, but really the only last two defenses are that Expo, which goes down, and the Monolith from the core. He does walk onto the Grand Warden, and there's going to be an Air Sweeper pushing the Loons back. They cannot make it all the way to the inside. Phoenix is going to be taking a lot of shots here and also pushed back by the Air Sweeper. One hit onto the Monolith, which would go down so quickly, but there's no time left. Avengers 2 is left with a 2-star, 98%, Maxi.
Yeah. But honestly, too many mistakes in this attack, especially there in the end. He had it. He just needs to save the Royal Champion and freeze for her twice. Instead, he freezes on the left side for a King that has already been revived by the Phoenix. You can see it now there. Oh no, we couldn't see it, but the King was dead. It didn't matter if the defenses were frozen or not, so it was a wasted freeze spell. But the Royal Champion, she was low and she could have finished the Monolith if he would have frozen there, and then the King would have, the Warden would have finished the base. So it was just, yeah, not the greatest judgment there on the spell usage. And in the beginning, I mean, a couple of things went a bit unlucky, I would say, but the Queen was put down very close to the Warden, so there was definitely, he should have been aware of the risk that the Warden would be pulled over by the Queen. Yeah, in the end, it's once again the fail in the very first attack, as we've seen a couple of times already, but now even more than before for Na'Vi, the game plan has to be to just somehow 3-star every base.
terrifyingly tough follow-up now to already know that they've missed once, and they have to now soak a shot from Navi's Gaku. He scored 3 stars last time around and expect to see the same again with a Warden Walk starting on the left corner.
And we got bat spells once more, Woody. That didn't turn out too great when we saw it last.
No, you're right about that. They had quite a bit of trouble. You have to really cover every single splash damage structure on the inside of the base, and with 2 multi-infernos and a spread on the multi-archer towers, wizard towers, it's going to be tough to really take out everything that he needs to make this bat bomb effective.
Oh, and I was just, I just realized I mistook them or like mixed it up with momentum shifters. I think it was momentum shifters last weekend in the Open Cup or like 2 weeks ago. Where Imran tried to use the mass bat spells, and it was a poison spell tower actually that made the difference there for him, because the poison spell tower was launched onto the bats and then all of them were killed and didn't have any more value. So now it's crucial for Gaku that he can take out both of the multi-infernos and hopefully the poison spell towers as well, even though the one on the top side just got launched.
Well, the bats are coming in from the outer edge. Do see a single target inferno on the bottom side that could cause a little bit of problems there. Tesla Farm over on the left side is also going to start zapping bats that are making way to their left side. Over on the right side, though, there's still just a wizard tower, and with a giant to block, that should be a really good follow-up for Gaku to try to keep these bats on a path to victory. Giant is still well done, placed perfectly to protect against that wizard tower, and there's kind of nothing left now to have to give these bats any cause for pause. No bombs going off and nothing to shut them down. Even if they all evaporated, the heroes would probably be enough for the 3-star, as there's plenty of time left, and Gaku is showing that he's got lots of different tricks up his sleeve to achieve a perfect hit.
Yeah, and the tornado trap there just launched in the end and probably killed all of the bats, but it didn't matter anymore because every single defense was taken down. Great plan by Gaku. And now they are definitely on track to keeping themselves alive in this competition, because all Na'Vi need now are only 3 stars. While at the other side, TGG Ascent, they need to keep up with them. They need to keep the theoretical chance alive of winning against Na'Vi, but they still have to hope for a slip up on their opponent's side.
Not easy. Up next is going to be another strike from Titan Global. We'll see if they can make up for lost time against Na'Vi. With a 2-star 98% on their side, they have got to keep those 3 stars coming in strong and hope that Na'Vi miss at one point, as they had before. Stars with a 2-star and 84% against TTP Esports is going to be behind what we saw from TGG. So even one miss from Na'Vi anywhere in their lineup could still give a chance for TGG to make this comeback happen. But it's really unfortunate for their first attack to be a miss, because it's such a demoralizing factor across all 4 remaining attackers, and it gives the opportunity for Na'Vi to reconfigure their offense and go for safer strikes that they feel confident will be able to get a 3-star without having to worry about taking any risks at all, Maxi.
Oh yeah, they should definitely not take unnecessary risks at that point, but the same goes actually for TGG, for Titan Global Gaming. It actually goes for every single team in here, because so far, if you would have gotten the perfect war, you would have won every single match. So it's really all about getting those safe 3 stars in, and Eurosh's army of choice for that is once again the Warden Walk rocket balloons. Let's see if this time around TGG Ascent's player can keep his Warden in control. Usually the bottom side is the side that is more likely to be trapped than the top side. Oh, a nice snipe there off the ground Expo, and that means he's probably going to use a siege machine, a flame flinger on the top left side of the base. There we go. 9 o'clock corner, we see the siege, the flame flinger.
Right behind that little chat icon, and I guarantee you it's there. Oh, we got a little button that's making it even more difficult to see, but the flame flinger is firing off. Grand Warden is now hopping over the walls and getting a CC partial pull out now as he starts to deal a little bit of damage to the archers that came out of there. A ricochet cannon not able to get any damage against any splash on the backside, but it is dealing a lot against that poor Grand Warden. He's popping off on all cylinders though and taking out every structure that he possibly can. Angry Jelly keeping him focused on the defenses for a little while here, and if he can snipe down this scatter shot, he'll have done his job on the inside. He's going to be going even deeper though as he finds a lock onto the Eagle Artillery, which has just been firing off without any clear targets, just hammering away at the Grand Warden, but he's been pretty much topped off by the healers. Yoroshi's doing a fantastic job so far.
Okay, nice. Now dealing with the Clan Castle troops. Nice poison spell. The Flame Flinger on the left side unfortunately got targeted by the mortar, and that is not great news. He should have used 2 rocket loons over there, but I guess he thought that he had enough value. And in my opinion, he's right, because now when the Warden takes out the Town Hall, there's not too much around this base, and he still has the Queen, the King, the Royal Champion, all of them with ability. The Royal Champion not even deployed on the map yet, so things are looking very, very strong for Yorosh.
There she comes in and instantly pops that ability, sending off the Seeking Shield and the Rocket Spear for a long-range maximum effect, hoping to take down that monolith before it causes many problems. I guess he might lose the Grand Warden to it if he's not careful. Does drop a freeze over there and has to chew through this Barbarian King on the top side before he can make his way into the final defenses, but he's just got so many spells left that it is going to be an easy snipe for Euros, and that is the 3-star follow-up that we had hoped to see. TGG Ascend are going to even the score a little bit closer, 5 stars total.
Yes, great job. In the end, I felt like he was a little bit too relieved, just spamming everything he had in there, and then, yeah, being close to losing the Warden to the Monolith, but he reacted quickly with the spells he still had saved up, the 2 Invises and the 2 Freezes. Nice use of this attack strategy, very well versed, very well controlled there, and definitely the wanted or the desired result with the 3 stars. And now at least a little bit of pressure onto Na'Vi, and their next attacker, we can only see it at the top of the screen, is going to be Yatta. And last time he brought the Super Bowlers, which was a really nice smash from him, but we know that he has a couple more tricks up his sleeves than that.
Sure does, and having put up a 3-star before as well, Yatta is a reliable member of the offensive lineup for this Na'Vi crew. Certainly looking forward to seeing what he comes up with next, and having had a little bit of an opportunity to reconfigure and take a slower, more careful, reasoned approach. As you mentioned, no need for any unnecessary risks. Na'Vi is expected to just coast over the finish line this time around, but they still may have a few fireworks ready to deploy and some interesting attack styles, as we've always come to expect from Na'Vi. So keep Yatta close in your sights as he's going to be starting off his next attack shortly. A 3-star from them would keep that lead at a 6-5 scoreline in Na'Vi's favor. He's going to be marching in with a Golem to protect an Archqueen charge, most likely on the bottom side, and also a massive ground-based Root Rider Valkyrie component.
Yeah, it's looking like a classic Root Rider smash there, and as you said, he's got the Valkyries in the mix as well. An attack strategy that seemed to work really well for HTM Brazil. Even though they usually brought an overgrowth spell, and that is something that Yatta has not as part of his troops here, as part of this army. He has decided to go a little heavier on the freezes and the skelly spells, meaning that he'll be able to freeze up the Town Hall and the Monolith and to distract some defenses with the skelly spells. And wow, this is really seems to be going for time. He deployed everything so quickly. Unfortunately, oh no! These Valkyries near the Town Hall find so many traps, but he'll still be able to take out the Monolith and the Town Hall, so now he really should be good to go to the end of this attack.
Yeah, those Valks had a really tough time with the Tornado Trap and that Giga Bomb coming out. Lots of poison damage onto this poor Royal Champion, who does get a few more shots in against the enemy Barbarian King, but it's not quite take it down. Still 2 more freezes left to deploy, and there's 2 strong heroes still in this army. A couple of Root Riders out in front, taking more shots. Actually, man, there's like 4, 5. Did any Root Riders die at all in this army at all?
It doesn't seem like it. And we could see very early on how Yatta was already smiling because he knew that this was going to go all the way. Perfect perfect decision on this base. He perfectly applied this attack strategy onto the base, obviously realizing that this was the weak point of this base. But what's really standing out to me in this attack was the use of the king on the right side. He basically just more or less sent the king in to die early on, but with the spiky ball and the earthquake boots, he still got incredible value, and the value was not just to take out some defenses, but to create a path. If the once the root riders and the Valkyries were in the base, that they would stick where the damage was in the inside of the base, rather than being pulled out to the outside by those couple of defenses out there. And that was definitely a great touch to this attack strategy from Yada.
Beautiful follow-up. We're still in the early stages of this war, and a lot can happen. Sir Crocodile, the next to attack for TGG Ascend, needs another 3-star and then hoping for a defense. Sir Crocodile put up another 3-star in the previous war, if I'm not mistaken. TGG Ascend faced off against HTM Esports, and it was Sir Crocodile with a triple. Coming close to the 3-minute mark, though, TGG Ascend does not put up really quick attacks, and so it's a very dicey situation as they approach that 3-minute mark. I don't think that I've seen them bringing super witches or any slow attacking style, so that kind of suggests to me that for the most part they're kind of just barely crossing the finish line in some cases, reaching 3 stars, but sometimes missing, as in the case that we saw in the previous attack, but also Battle Cookie missing with a 2-star hit in the war against HTM. So do you think that TGG just needs to beef up their offense in some way? Are they doing fine and just kind of running into unexpected troubles, or are the bases just too much for them to handle in this series so far, Maxi?
It might be a combination of all of those, but in my opinion, it doesn't really matter to look at the time. As I said before, perfecting an opponent would have guaranteed you the victory in every single match today. And also looking at the current standing in this match, they don't really have to care about time. They just need to care about 3 stars, because the likelihood of Na'Vi getting the 2-star with the exact same percentage as TGG is very low. But you just spoke about the Super Witches, and there we go. So Crocodile is choosing them to 3-star, hopefully 3-star this base from Klaus, coming in with the Warden Walk early on, and there goes the fireball, taking out the monolith and damaging the town hall, but he didn't really get too many buildings with it.
Yeah, I think he sniped the monolith, but that's really the only key structure that I can see that went down in the core of the base. Probably got some damage in against that Expo up on the top side, and managed to clip the town hall, as you mentioned, but it's not going to go down, and the battle builder is repairing it right now.
Yeah, and now he's sending in the Super Witches now anyway, so he kind of just wanted to create the funnel and get the monolith as extra value, it seems. At the bottom side, he's already started to counter funnel with his king. With his queen, the siege barrack troops, and to make sure that the Super Witches, the king, the warden, and everything would go into the base. And this funnel is actually working perfectly for him so far. I wonder when he's going to use the Royal Champion, probably at around more the 9 o'clock corner, because now the super minions, they can actually take care of the multi-inferno. He now just has to get through this core quickly, so that the troops do not get hit too much. But there are so many traps, Woody.
Oh man, lots of damage coming in against his troops, forcing out the Phoenix. Popped the king, who's going to be going down very shortly. Super minions along the top side do find a little angle of attack against that enemy Eagle artillery and take it down. There's one more shot going to rain down on his Super Witches. They're taking a beating, and one of them is about to be eliminated. A Super Witch has been killed. And that has got to give Crocodile a bit of a pause, wondering whether he can make it all the way to the backside. Still with a healthy Archer Queen and Grand Warden, he can snipe a lot of these buildings, but he's got to stay safe, and he's got no more spells left to add on top. Royal Champion, with her ability though, should be able to get a lot of work done, and it's looking like a 3-star if he can just cross the finish line in 27 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunately the queen went down, so he did good by using the royal champion ability right away, because he needs all this troop and this extra troop power from the Hog Riders, from the Hog Rider puppet, to make sure he can take down the base in time. But it's looking very good. The Warden Rage Aura helping his troops. Only a couple of seconds, as you're pointing out. Just
5
two more
seconds.
buildings. 4, 3
seconds.
2, and he gets it done. Wow.
Breathes a sigh of relief, but that was another very, very close hit. And in fact, I think it was the slowest hit that we have seen today from TGG Ascend that was still able to put 3 stars up on the board. You said that time is not a factor as long as they can get the triples, but I mean, time is a factor if you run out of it. 3 seconds
Absolutely.
left, and Sir Crocodile found his way across that base, but not without giving a lot of fans of TGG a little bit of a heart attack. Kazuma, the next to strike, will be coming back in for Na'Vi. Has seen already the writing on the wall. If they can just score their perfect war for the first time today, and the first time in a long time, they'll be able to take this win, even in the lower bracket. But if they do not keep at least 2-star and 98%, they will fall behind and have another really terrifying storyline of Na'Vi being a team that makes it into these championship runs, but then gets eliminated first. That is not what they want to be said about them, about their performance in 2024. They want to make it all the way to the end, and this is a crucial war for them to shape their own storyline going forward, Maxi.
Oh, and this is a really nice. We don't see any healers. The reason being, he's not going to do a huge Warden walk. He's just going to take out his Wizard Tower. Then he's going to use a lot of Invis spells and use the Warden Fireball. At least that's what I think. 3, okay. That's not as many as I thought, because he has 3 more invisibility spells, but he's probably going to use them later on. Oh! He already damaged some buildings in the core. That means we're most likely going to see a Royal Champion trick or a Spiky Ball trick. And this is going to be spicy.
Yeah, interesting choice to see the defenders here, Euros, putting all of those Battle Builder huts on the exterior side of the base. There were 2 that were right next to the CC, but that was easy pickings for a giant fireball and the earthquakes to shut that down. So no CC to worry about. 2 scatter shots still do stand up on defenses, but Kazuma has got a lot of those rocket loons ready to rain down hellfire across every angle of this base, Maxi.
Yes, and he's still got a nice and healthy Warden at the bottom side as well, because there's not too much damage for him. The King Spiky Ball trick worked partially because he got the Poison Tower out of the way, but that's basically it. Now, Royal Champion trick, maybe now? I don't know. I don't really know why he damaged those buildings then. The Warden is running very low. It would be nice if he could take out the scatter. Oh, he helps him out with the Earthquake. Nice job. And now he can use the Royal Champion ability, and the Rocket Spare easily takes out the center of the base. And now look at what is left of this base. Wow. Not too much. Just the top side. And he's got 18 rocket balloons still left.
Excellent ability from that Royal Champion. Got long range value on that Rocket Spear, taking down 2 multi-infernos, and with the freeze on the final one up there, you are right, Maxi. This is the most number of remaining rocket loons I've ever seen in a raid, essentially swagging what remains of the space with the last few spells and rocket loons that he has to deploy. What a beautiful offense, and just running, the hair out of his eyes, making sure everything looks clear for the landing. He finds that 3-star and will keep Na'Vi perfect so far. The tic-tac-toe triples have brought them up to a total of 9 stars.
Wow, so they are able to keep the lead. I mean, it's a little bit tough, of course, because TGG Ascend were the beginning team here, so they can always do the first attack, like the next attack, and then they will have 1 more. And if they keep on 3-starring, of course, that is pressure for Na'Vi, because as you said, the fail was 98%, and that is a huge number if you fail. So it's really not the easiest for them to keep their cool and to keep on 3-starring and thus maintaining the lead. But Kazuma did great. I love how he used the earthquakes, knowing that after the Warden fireball, there were no more builder huts in the area. He took out all of them, like 3 of them that were in the south side of the base near the Eagle Artillery, and the other 2 were at the 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock compartment. So in the center of the base, he could just use earthquake spells and keep the buildings damaged without worrying about builders healing them up. So that was a very nice base identification and such an overkill, as you pointed out. I think it's the same for me. I've never seen that many rocket balloons still up in such an attack. So great stuff by Kazuma. But now the focus is on Battle Cookie, who's sent into war for TGG Ascent for once again 3-starring and putting up pressure onto Navi.
So we've got a Grand Warden with a Fireball and an Angry Jelly holding on to 3 invisibility spells and 2 earthquakes. So definitely expect him to see that Fireball dropped as deep as he can get it. It's coming in from the top side angle. Might be able to get a lock onto that enemy multi-inferno in that kind of top left compartment with the Fireball. Otherwise, if he cracks into those top compartments, yeah, which way is this Grand Warden going? He's taking a lot of damage early on. Those healers have their work cut out for them, Maxi.
Yeah, but he luckily made it work. I think he's going to go for the scatter shot.
Okay.
Need a town hall or for the...
Oh, he's got a Tesla.
Yeah, the Tesla is a slight problem. Okay, yeah, there we go. For the scatter shot, nice. Actually, nice value. Now he just has to make sure... I mean, first of all, it would be nice if the Warden would tank the ground expo at the left side, near the Royal Champion, for the Flame Flinger. And then second of all, of course, to take out the Town Hall. But that job was just done by the Warden. But there's a lot of damage raining in onto the Warden, and he's not able to keep it alive. But nice use of the Queen right away to make use of those healers from the Warden. And they can now continue, but healing the Queen.
Gets the Town Hall and both scatter shots down, but the Eagle Artillery still remains, and that has been a problem for players who are relying on long walks to make these attacks reach all the way to the 3-star mark. Super Minions on the left side aren't finding too many air defenses, but with lock from the Eagle Artillery, they are going to go down one at a time as that damage rains in, and each salvo will take out another Super Minion.
Yeah, and the Queen is just able to take out the monoliths. He needs to pop her ability now, though. There are a lot of traps, and so far...
Another!
But maybe he has to use an invisibility spell there or so. But there are so many moving parts in this attack at the same time that I think he's still looking good with the Royal Champion ability intact.
Queen is just taking a beating. Need to drop that invisibility spell to protect her soon. He's got an Expo and cannon firing away. There he goes. Gives her a little bit of breathing room, and she'll survive to fight on 1 more minute left for this raid. Royal Champion finds her way to the Eagle Artillery and then pops the ability. Hogs come on out, and with the Rocket Spear getting some long-range damage, I think all these defenses are indeed going to go down. Battle Cookie recovers and finds a 3-star of his own as TGG Ascend keep themselves in contention for a win against Navi. They just need 1 defense, and they'll be looking pretty.
Yeah, nice job there. I was just thinking, there was something we always used to say when we were about to get a defense, like when things would go wrong from the attacker who was attacking our base. We were like, yeah, saying something in German like he's cranking. Like, things are going wild in his head, you know? And he's like, oh my god, what should I do? And I think that's what kind of was going on with Battle Cookie there. There was so many things. He was like, okay, oh no, but I have to use the Queen there. Oh no, but there's the monolith. But on the left side, the Flame Flinger now is open. And so many things just looking from left to right, somehow trying to... keep the damage as low as possible, but in the end the plan was too good to fail, even though he lost the Warden after the fireball, but nice, and after the Town Hall takedown, of course, that was essential, but now the Queen and the Royal Champion did have enough power to finish it off, so in the end, after a lot of cranking, Battle Cookie was able to get the 3-star, and now Woody Stars is going to be the next attacker, and he was the one who failed, unexpectedly failed for Navi in the first match, a weakness that we've rarely seen from a player like Stars.
Yeah, he is a superstar and has often done you know, 3 stars when Na'Vi needs it most. Let's see if he's able to do it again now with 33 Hog Riders. Not even a hybrid component to this army. He's going to be going all on ground-based offense. Sends in a battle blimp, and those wizards are going to be raining destruction all across the interior, taking down the town hall. It would be nice if they could finish off that ricochet cannon, but they lose the lock. They're taking a lot of shots on the bottom side. Another invisibility gives them another chance, and it goes down, Maxi.
That was insane value from the Super Wizards. Also insane value from the Super Wallbreaker that killed off, I think, like 7 or 8 skellies there. But the King kind of, sent into disaster there with the skelly traps and the Tesla farm. But he got enough value, and I'm really happy to see some diversity in attack strategies here. A mass Hawk Rider attack from Stars with 33 Hawk Riders. Very importantly, he was able to lure out the Clan Castle troops with the King. He can now easily take them out in the corner, in the left corner with the Queen, and then there's really not much to stop these Hawk Riders once he sends them in. And there we already go on the right side, Woody.
I was so impressed to see that the Super Wizards survived even after the invisibility spell wore off, and if he had just had one little tank to be able to soak shots from the scatter shot, he would have kept those Super Wizards going even further. Nonetheless, he is still looking very strong as the Hog Riders make their way in now toward that right side. Pops an early Eternal Tome to protect them. He does have to worry about this center compartment with multi-Inferno. There's the possibility of giant bombs. There's one right now about to blow up in those Hogs' face. That's going to force out that spell drop, and the heal should be able to top them back off to deal with that last splash damage structure. The multi goes down with Skeleton Spell to help out against that monolith. This base was totally crushed. Hog Riders indeed have found a 3-star with little resistance, and Stars shows us what that power can achieve.
I don't think I have often seen Stars swag spells in an attack. Like, having spells, yes, but swagging them on the map, I think I've never seen it, and it shows how, you know, he put a lot of pressure on himself after that fail in the previous war. So great comeback by him with such a convincing 3-star. And while we talked about, after Kazuma's plan, about how we haven't seen an attack with Rocket Loons with so many Rocket Loons alive, looking at this, I think I've never seen a Hog Rider attack with so many Hog Riders alive. So that was definitely setting the tone here in this match. I mean, we only have 2 attacks left, so...
Right you are, and let's see how they go. Big advantage now for Na'Vi as we only have one more round of offense, and Syvan needs to put up a triple, then hope for a defense if TGG is to stay alive in this competition. A $2,000 prize awaits the team that is eliminated, but all the way up to $20,000 if one of these teams could make a heroic run to the grand finals and take the cup. There's that possibility still remaining for both squads, but it won't be there for long as one team will be eliminated after these next 2 attacks. Syvan, can you give us a triple right now to keep the dream alive for TGG Ascend? We'll find out in just 3 minutes as he will be our next attacker moving in.
Yeah, we've seen we've seen NextGen being eliminated already in the other lower bracket match from today. HST Gaming was actually able to perform a perfect war, and thus kicked them out, even though they were, NextGen had 14 stars. The same could actually happen to TGG Ascend now, but for them to get 14 stars, Syvan would have to 3-star now, and that was a pretty straightforward fireball there from him, just to funnel a little bit, and now the war needs to go over. There he goes, finally decides to do as he's told and follow the Super Witches, and now it's all about them to survive all the way throughout this base.
Syvan was another 3-star striker from the previous war, and yet again another slow striker, so no surprise to see Super Witches brought back again. He does see Headhunters coming out of the CC, but it looks like the King and Warden are going to stay safe just right out in front. Big rage spell drop to keep them going as fast as they can, and even though they're going to get slowed down by the enemy ice golems, they're still well protected by healers out on the backside. Take out that air sweeper as soon as they can, though, because the healers have a tougher job when they're getting slowed down, pushed around.
Single target Inferno and a Monolith are going to start dealing a lot of massive damage to the King, so he pops his ability and cracks every compartment on the interior. If the super minions on the bottom side can deal with that scatter shot, this should be an easily finished off base.
Yeah, the Royal Champion already sent in from the top side. I think he should pop her ability early on, so she stays out of range of the Ricochet Cannon. He doesn't. Maybe he will do it in a second. But in the core of the base, the healers are still alive. They're keeping the big boys and the witches nice and healthy. Royal Champion running into problems. They're finding so many traps in the Tesla farm, but this base almost looks crushed already. Having the Super Witches now tanking and helping out the Royal Champion is great news. He even got the Queen ability still intact, and with that he should be able to take out the multi-archer tower and the cannon at the bottom side, and then it should just be a question of time, but not really an issue here with more than 1 minute on the clock and just like 17 buildings left.
Oh yeah, and hardly any of those buildings are defenses. We have got this base cleaned up, no problem at all. Still holding on to a swag invisibility spell that he'll just drop for comic effect. The healers have done their duty, and the super witches and heroes on the interior of this base stayed nice and healthy. A 3-star for Sivan, as TGG Ascend will conclude this war with a 14-star total.
And he really nicely displayed how you don't have to go for crazy fireball value. Sometimes it's totally okay to just do it like this, create a little bit of a funnel, and then have the big push of your main troops do the hard work. Nice usage there of an easy fireball and then the super witch smash.
Beautiful follow-up for TGG Ascend, no notes. They held their head high, even missing their first attack, but only 2 buildings were missing in this entire war. Let's see now if Na'Vi can keep it the same way, as Klaus, their last attacker, will try to seal the deal and claim victory. He needs a 2-star, 99% to be sure of victory, but actually I think they're so far ahead on time that even a 2-star 98% at the 3-minute mark would be enough to get the win. But that's a lot to ask for. Not very often do we see wars that have an attack that can make it all the way to 98% and then miss. So very much more likely we're looking for a triple from Klaus.
Yeah, and that's absolutely what he'll be aiming for, but you are right there, 98%, that is the threshold with the time differential at this point. There's no way that even if it takes him the whole 3 minutes, that they could be behind on time. So 98%, 2 stars. If he gets that, his team will keep his team alive. They will move on in the lower bracket, and after that upset loss in their first match in the quarterfinal, I'm definitely sure that is their big goal for today, and we will see a hero dive Lalo. Nice.
Beautiful follow-up next from Navi's Klaus. The hero dive Lalo is a risky maneuver to some, but in the hands of a seasoned pro who knows exactly what they're up against, we will get a lot of damage out of these heroes early on. And with triple lava hounds, this one is going to be expected to go the distance, a long way left. But with exterior air defenses, it's really hard to deny a Lalo strike like this, as long as everything goes according to plan. Keep an eye on the left side as the Archer Queen is going to pierce in and try to take out this Monolith early on. Healers are going to keep her topped off as the clones are also getting even more damage applied. We've also got a collapse with the Barbarian King and the Royal Champion as well, getting even more work done as they make their way closer and closer to the Town Hall, Maxi.
It looks super strong. That value is immaculate, and especially the Royal Champion in the rage spell there, able to take out the Town Hall, is so crucial for this base. Now he doesn't have to worry about the Town Hall explosion, the damage from the Town Hall Mega Tesla, the Town Hall poison, all of that stuff just gone, and that is crazy for Lalo. Now he sends in the blimp to take care of the multi Inferno and also to soak up a couple of traps that are often stacked in the core of the base. There we go. Look at this.
Oh yeah.
Finding the red mine farm, and they're gone now, so he doesn't have to worry about this back-end Lalo. And talking about gone, Woody, I don't think that there's any chance for this base to stay alive. It will be gone in like 30 seconds.
Klaus had still a lot of fuel left in the tank. Look, he's got a few more troops that he'll throw down now just to make sure that there's no question at all. Drops the final spell, and this base has been obliterated. As we approach that 98% mark, that will seal the deal and guarantee victory. Klaus from Na'Vi has found his perfect war, and they will move on in the lower bracket, eliminating our Cup 3 winner, TGG Ascend.
Wow, great stuff. So we are actually going to see Tompinai Empire versus Na'Vi in one of our lower bracket matches. That is insane. But what we're going to have on display tomorrow for you is HST Gaming versus HTM Esports, our other lower bracket final match. But here we see once again the score. Commiserations to Titan Global Gaming. They put up a huge fight here, great entertainment, and big thanks to them for competing. I mean, they will be able to take home $2,000. That is definitely a nice prize for them. It was so close. I mean, they lost on time in their first match, on percentage in their first match with 14-14, and now 14-15 against Na'Vi. So that really goes to show how well they performed. And in the end, yeah, it was just these two buildings that made the difference, and also that deprived us of our first perfect v perfect match.
Once again, we're so close. But these wars are often being decided by just one or two buildings, and that is again the storyline here. I gotta say, I think today in this war, we saw our MVP Yata scoring not just the quickest attack of this war, but the quickest attack of any attack today at 1 minute and 22 seconds. An extraordinarily powerful performance from him ensures that Na'Vi will go on. There are 6 teams remaining in the open bracket finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6. TTP Esports and HTM Brazil still undefeated on the upper bracket, while 4 teams in the bottom side are going to slug it out to see which one of them will get to challenge those top 2 squads. Tompinai Empire, Na'Vi, HTM Esport, and Head Start Gaming will start out our matches tomorrow, and we'll be able to see all of the remaining matches as we conclude our series in just 24 hours, Maxi.
Yes, in about 24 hours we'll actually be knowing to who will be the champion of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6. So we still have a big prize, a winner's prize of $20,000, and we have to decide who to give it to, and we're going to be doing just that tomorrow. We've only gotten a taste of what to expect from these teams today. Incredible bases, that cost 1 stars from the opponents, incredible offense, especially such diversity. The Hog Rider attack from with the Super Wizards from Stars definitely was one highlight for me. And at the right side of the screen, you guys can already see our schedule for tomorrow, because we will be back with day 2 of the season finals tomorrow at the exact same time as today, which is 4 p.m. CET. Mark it in your calendar.
Looking forward to it. Yeah, 5 more wars to watch tomorrow. The lower bracket round 2, and then lower bracket finals following soon after the upper bracket finals. All of these teams are scoring thousands of dollars, but only one of them can emerge victorious at the very top and claim the World Championship title for our Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6. It's been an extraordinary day casting alongside you, Maxi, and Bash earlier as well. And I really look forward to tomorrow. I hope that everyone will set their timers on their phones, any devices they've got, follow, subscribe, and make sure that you are back here on time tomorrow for the beginning of our show at 3 p.m. CET. That's 4 p.m. Sorry, that'd be 4 p.m. CET and 3 p.m. UTC. Yes. But all of that will be reiterated ad infinitum on our social media channel. So make sure to follow us also. And you can also get on our Discord if you want more news about future events in the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Big thanks to them as well, to our sponsors for putting on the show today.
Yeah, and big thanks to everyone at home who tuned in and took a look at the action. But as we said, this was just the calm before the storm. The big prize money will be handed out tomorrow, and the winners will be crowned tomorrow as well. Big thanks also to production in the background, who always have our backs and provide us with statistics and cues and, you know, the nice graphics that you guys can see with the hard mode facts and with how the teams got here and everything. And also, of course, to my beautiful co-casters, to Woody and to Bash, who is probably, already... He's probably still watching us, right, Bash? But probably having a nice meal or something and enjoying his weekend. Oh, he's already taking down some notes, preparing for tomorrow to deliver the best action to you.
Indeed he is. We have got 5 more awesome wars for you tomorrow. Come back and enjoy them all with us, and we'll find out which team is going to be the champion, earning that top prize. It's going to be an awesome day of clashing tomorrow, and until then, I'll urge you, make use of that Hammer Jam time while you do, and clash on.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the take and we eat. Dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck, earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck, earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Give it more. Give it all, we get, we give it all, we get. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all, we get, we give it all, we get. Oh yeah.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden.
Sunshine dripping off your skin. I just wanna take it in. Magic shimmers in your eyes. Can't look away, cause it's so nice. Give me all that sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all that sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. It's better with